Oh, bonjour, bonjour, good day, hello, hello, everyone. Welcome in to Decoy Duck, starting out the stream with the ducks as per usual. Baphomet, we have Max, hello, Max, Razkal, and Gayfesh, hello, Gayfesh. Yes, and in the YouTube chat, we have Theos, Aaron, Luna Skies, and Dean Jackman. Hello, hello. Yeah, this is actually not just fingerless gloves. This is compression glove because my hand be hurting today. So we're hoping that that will help a little bit. Wreckage, hello. What are we strapping in for? So today, as we filter in and hit like on the video before too much time passes, we're gonna first of all, hello, be good now. We're gonna talk about just kind of whatever. We're gonna chill for a little bit. So initially, you know, we're strapping in for just momentarily, like me talking about the Great British Baking Show and whatever else is going on lately with us. And then we're going to talk about anti-trans laws continuing to pass and be introduced in the United States. There's also a little bit of news out of Norway about hormone access. And there's a couple of good news is as well. Good news is in the sense that there are sanctuary state laws popping up. We did talk about it last time that Minnesota introduced a law to become a sanctuary state. There are a couple more of those that have popped up. So we're going to be strapping in to talk about, just bad news all over the country. Hello, Baphomet. Welcome, welcome. There are 2 new emotes. I'm sure that you all can still see them. Blue Spectra, who is a chatter and a member of the Discord, just was bored and made up some dragon emotes, and then was kind enough to give permission for us to use them on the website. So if you ever think that that's an appropriate emote to respond with, there's 2 of them. Yes. Sleppy and Wiggles. I didn't consult Blue Spectra about that. I just named them what I wanted to name them. And I'm not sure why that animated one gets all weird like that. We'll have to figure that part out later. Anyway, we're working on things. We're making stuff happen, and the website is getting more and more customized all the time. Did I mention to you all that I had commissioned an artist? I think I did, that I had commissioned an artist about some art, and then they are too busy with uni to do the art. So we're working on these things. It's a process. I'm always strapped, true. As you should be. Hello, Timerinia. I hope that you have a good time doing whatever it is that you are doing. Yeah, so then after we get done going over whatever laws have passed recently, I don't have like a clear plan. After that, it's a little bit more loose format. We can kind of figure it out together, What do you all want to talk about? Like, I would like to kind of do some positive vibes today, because we're going to talk about some bad news, right? And the bad news, like, they keep coming and they don't stop coming. They hit the ground running. Didn't make sense not to live for fun. Anyway, so we just need to I personally at least need to take a momentary break. That is going to be just a thing about this show, is that sometimes we're going to talk about serious stuff, and sometimes we're going to just shut our brains off for a little while. Oh my God, it's the wrist. That's the problem, is it's the wrist and not my hand. So I might have to switch. Aaron Green, hello. Welcome in. This is the closest I get to being a morning person in terms of how early I'll do professional meetings and stuff. It is about noon my time. So I wake up at like 8, but you do a show early in the morning, and I don't know if I could wake up and like do a show first thing in the morning. It takes me like 2 hours to become functional in the morning. But anyway, welcome. Yeah, we're taking a break today. Like, there's also been like a lot of drama going on the twitter.com. And, we already talked about the xenogender stuff a couple days ago. It's ongoing. People will not stop talking about it. So I have to pull you from your slumber one morning for an interview. True. Yes. I don't know what actual time zone you're in, so maybe it'll be more functional than I think it will. Yeah. Twitter has been a cesspool. The political landscape has been a cesspool. So we're going to do our diligence in discussing the laws passing to keep people informed. But other than that, other than that one serious topic, we're going to do some mental cleansing, a little bit of mental cleansing as much as we can. No thoughts, head empty. That's going to be this stream today. Xenu gender. All gender are belong to the sex Xenu. God Xenu. Okay, I just was reading the censored chat for a second. I was like, which word is censored? Because I forgot that it censors God. The sex Xenu. That's when you transition into your xenogender medically, that's when you become Xenu gender. Gayfesh, I just before I booted up stream saw that tweet. So the guy Sansal, who we talked about the tweets of before about the xenogender shit, is 19, I guess. So I don't think it's someone. I saw someone in the replies to Gayfesh's tweet about that. That was like, because Gayfesh tweeted like, "Oh, that explains it," and the person was like, "What, ageism?" I don't think it's ageist to say like this person's take is incredibly uninformed and oh, they're super young, so it makes sense that they're uninformed. And like, if anything, to me, like that's like the opposite of ageist. That's more like I give you the benefit of the doubt that you're like this for a reason and that you will figure it out, you know? Like I feel like that's like, yeah, you just, oh, you're lacking in life experience. Ah, that makes sense why this opinion that you have seems so uninformed, you know? Like it's not ageist, I don't think. And I once gave a talk. I once actually gave a talk about ageism. That's a true fact about me. My first major public appearance, maybe. So I gave a talk once at a little like atheist con once. So it was my first time giving like a talk by myself. Perhaps my only time having done that. I've done plenty of panels before. But yeah, so if anybody knows what ageism against young people is like, it's me, because I gave that talk specifically to address ageism against young people within the community. Aaron Green, I did my mental cleansing by playing Dark Souls to Animal Crossing music. That sounds like a fantastic juxtaposition. And I believe he is a Destiny Orbiter. I believe Sansal is a Destiny Orbiter. That is what I've heard. Yeah. Take a few years and you'll come to a more nuanced understanding. Life experience is very helpful. Rick, did you have this to say about syndicalism or system medicalism? I cannot read that word apparently. It's cringe-inducing. I wish I could read. Anyway, we'll get to all that nonsense at a later date. Today, we're having a chill time. I will actually become my xenogender at some point in my life, no joke. You're gonna become poison ivy, right? Basically, you will become plant, one with plant. Tree. Yeah, like kind of like poison ivy. I say that like lovingly, by the way, because poison ivy is based. There's a way you can be planted. Oh, interesting. That's fascinating. I hope that I wonder if what you're referring to is like when you are dead. Because some people consider that to be part of their life cycle, especially if you're the kind of person that, yeah. Okay, yeah, that's awesome. I love that. I was like, the logistics of being planted as a human, if you were just in a pot all the time, you're having to like getting over it with Bennett Foddy yourself around with a hammer to get places. Sprout tiny little toe roots. Exactly. Oh, I have to say the same shit about ageism to so many people about system medicalism, which is trans medicalism against systems, and it makes my skull explode. Oh, I feel like I should have known that term. But it makes sense. Like trans medicalism against systems, cis medicalism. Cis medicalism being the idea that you, like presumably that you have to be formally diagnosed and likely traumagenic as well in order to actually be a system. That would be my close guess. Anyway. There was a book I read in 4th grade about a kid who figured out how to turn himself into a humanoid plant. And he met with the president who was like, we can't let everyone become plants because it would destroy the food economy. Wow. A video about a funeral home that turns people into compost. Has anybody seen, I think it's come up in like little Facebook ads or whatever about how like, similarly to being cremated, you can have your body broken down with like by being eroded by water, basically. Sounds really intense, but you would be dead, so. Hydromotion. Aquamation. True. What do you end up with anything at the end? Like I have some cremated pet ashes that we're not sure what to do with. You get power washed to heaven. Oh, I can see that being good for like a selkie, you know? Oh, the bones are left over and they turn them into a powder. Okay. So you have less of it. You have quite a bit less of it then. Yeah, I feel like having your ashes buried in a tree pod thing is pretty cool. Like, you know, ashes can be somewhat nutritious to certain animals and plants and stuff, I guess. Maybe not animals so much. Probably more plants. I don't know, it depends. Like are funguses animals? Would the funguses eat ash? Oh, speaking of mushrooms, we have had morel mushrooms this year. It's like that limited period of time in North America where you can find morel mushrooms in certain places. And they're so delicious. I had them for the very first time last year. And we've had them like 2 or 3 times this year. They were pretty delicious. I cooked some yesterday and they were yummy. Oh, a bearded dragon. So a very tiny bit of remains. Oh, bummer. How long do they live? Like 7 years? Something like that? Alternative ways of dealing with dead people are really nice. The buried in a box thing is not so useful. And cremation also isn't the most environmentally friendly. I have heard that is true about cremation. I mean, obviously it requires fuel. That is the best Tumblr quote. Yeah. You cannot kill fungi in a way that matters. Yeah, bearded dragons are cuties. I like them. They're adorable. Just feed me to the carrion birds when I die. I want to be buried in a bed of hallucinogenic mushrooms. One of the best burial practices I've seen in terms of good for the environment is the Tibetan sky burial. Permafrost in Tibet means you can't dig 6 feet deep, so they will take a corpse into a field and butcher it, and vultures will take it. Jesus Christ. That's definitely not a culture that you can afford to be like, the remains are sacred, you know? For a long time, I guess I was just like, I'm going to assume that I'm going to be cremated. And then for a little while, I was like, I should donate my body to science. Thank you, Erin. I love my plugs. They're so cute. I was like, I should donate my body to science. And then I was like, the thought of being posthumously misgendered in a scientific setting is really upsetting to me. So I kind of am erring back on the side of like having my body destroyed after I die. But then I also think like, well, if I have phalloplasty and if I were to die with a like erectile implant, so when you have phalloplasty, the only way that you can have an erection is with an implant, you know, like it doesn't have its own rigid structure without like a prosthetic, and they moor it to your pelvic bone. So like if that gives you an idea of like where a phalloplasty penis result ends up being is like right there on the pelvic bone, because it has to be. They like drill it into the bone there. So I think that if I were to die and I had it attached still, I would want my body to remain like able to be discovered in the future, because I really like it has suddenly become important to me for my body to be entered into the historical record, I guess, of like if someone upends my coffin someday or wherever I'm being kept, you know, I feel like my bone structure is a little bit exaggerated compared to some other people that I've seen. So I feel like it would be more obvious to on my skeleton that like I have like childbearing hips, you know, but with like a prosthetic like attached to my pelvis, you know. So I feel like, you know, you cannot deny that trans people exist. Like, you know, we upend bodies all the time, that are like, oh, this person was buried with like a bunch of feminine artifacts, but they are like 6'6", and it seems like they were probably a trans woman, you know? Like, I want that for the world. I want that for the future. Like, what if they do succeed in eradicating a lot of us now, you know? Unfortunate. I would rather have my body return to nature. Yeah. It's impossible to get rid of human remains in an environmentally friendly way because of we consume a bunch of preservatives. I've heard that too. Feed me to the isopods. Anyway, let's get off of the subject of death, shall we? I have been watching the Great British Baking Show. I think we're going to cancel our Netflix soon, but while we still have it, I started watching that show, and it starts in like season 5, unfortunately. I don't know where to watch the first 4 seasons of it, but so I started in season 5, and now I'm like I want to say I'm in season 7 now, and I like that show a lot. Like, it's quite good. I used to watch a lot of cooking competition shows when I was a teenager, like Food Network, very big in our house when I was a teenager. And they're very like competitive though, you know, like it's not like a helpful environment or anything like that. I think it's fair to say. People get stressed out, you know, and they wig out and stuff. Not a good time. In the Great British Baking Show, there's 2 comedians who open the show every time with a little funny little sketch, and they announce like 3, 2, 1, start, and like you have this much time left and all that stuff. But also, it seems like their main job is to walk the floor and alleviate stressful situations. Like, if someone is like really like getting upset and they're like about to cry, the comedians will come over and like chit chat with them and like joke with them and get them laughing. And they're like, there you go. Like, you've got it. Look at you. It's like crafted in a way to be a really positive experience. Yeah. And there's like 2 judges in the seasons that I've been watching. There's this like really posh old woman and this like kind of stern, very serious older guy, I guess. He's not like really old, he's like middle-aged or whatever. And he's like the critical one, but even he is like, you could do this better next time. Like, this is the specific way in which this is not good, and doing this specific thing differently would have resulted in a better outcome. And they will find stuff to compliment. Like, I'm sure that they cut a lot of it. Like, it's very punchy in terms of the pacing of the show. Like, it's really not, it doesn't leave a lot of time for you to relax and like, you know, stop paying attention or whatever. I mean, you don't have to pay attention to the whole thing. You can glance over and be like, oh, that bake is doing quite well or whatever. But I'm just saying the judgment, even, it's not like Simon Cowell or whatever his name is on fucking American Idol. Is that what it's called? Yeah, it's not like, ooh, like get burned, you know? Like, it's a really more of like a group activity, and the competitors are like holding each other's hands and like hugging each other and stuff, like as they await and receive results on who did well and who didn't. And another thing that I really like about Great British Baking Show is that if someone is really struggling, other competitors will like help them. Like, so these are people who are in a situation where there is going to be a winner at the end, and that people get sent home each week. But still, if someone is like ahead, or if they're like waiting for something to come out of the oven and they're in like a lull and someone else is really struggling, they will just go over there and be like, what do I need to do to start this chocolate sauce? Oh, I found the recipe. Let me get started on this. And then the person's like, thank you. And they're like, don't even say thank you. You don't have time, you know, like it's really nice. So my recommendation wholeheartedly, Great British Baking Show. And also like there's just kind of incredible baking occurring, you know, like it's actually, they're amateur bakers. They're like home bakers, and they do the cute little like, this competitor and his husband and their 2 kids had a birthday party, and like, you know, you get to like have that personal aspect of it as well. But they're amateurs, you know, so they're being challenged to produce like really high-end baked goods that some of them, like the technical challenges, a lot of them have never tried to make the technical challenge before. Technical challenge is always a surprise. It's the second thing that they do each week, where they're just like, figure it out, you know? Like, you might not even actually know what the thing is that you're trying to create at the end. I have not seen Is It Cake? I don't think I've seen that one. I've heard that the hosts will deliberately try to ruin footage when people are having meltdowns, like they'll jump in front of the camera and start swearing so the clip can't be used. I hadn't heard that, but I like that. So even the like, even if they wanted to higher up the chain, the hosts are like, we're maintaining a certain environment here, you know? Like you're not gonna turn this into a drama fest. It's not that it's not dramatic. I'll say that. It is like, it's gripping, you know? The music will get really intense and like, you're like, oh shit, it's really about to go down, you know? I've seen Is It Cake exactly once and it was infuriating. Yeah, I haven't seen Is It Cake. Is it one of those like, they try to make stuff look like real life thing? I'm drinking some Flamin' Hot Mountain Dew. It's very weird. Technetium, I bet that's... I saw a picture and I wasn't sure if it was real. But I'll believe you if you say that it's real. It's a relic of when making cake that looks like realistic things was a trend. Okay. There was an episode of season 5 of GBB that had like a challenge that was like, make an illusion cake. It looks like something else. One of them did a pancake cake, and they were like, you would really not know that that was not pancakes. Good competitor. Definitely just tastes like regular Mountain Dew on the palate, but then it's spicy in your throat after. That kind of sounds to me like every time I've tried to eat spicy candy, like it's just like, I tried like jalapeno flavor, like quote unquote jalapeno M&Ms one time, and it just tasted like M&Ms, and then afterwards it was like capsaicin in your mouth. Like you could just feel the burning. It didn't taste like spicy though. I just was really underwhelmed. I was just really underwhelmed. So listen, when it comes to spice, I'm the kind of person who I would suffer anything spice-wise in order to get the flavor of ghost pepper. When it comes to like spice, I don't really want spice that's devoid of flavor. But when the flavor is good, ghost pepper is amazing. If none of you have tried anything with ghost pepper in it, where I'd recommend that you start if you're going to try something that's ghost pepper flavored is get some ghost pepper sweet jelly. Like I love like raspberry ghost pepper, or no, strawberry ghost pepper jelly. You get like Ritz crackers, cream cheese, spicy jelly. And I have found like, I had a homemade one that was a ghost pepper bacon jelly. Oh God. And I have seen like just ghost pepper jellies before. I might actually have one currently. Ghost pepper tastes amazing. And those jellies, because they go through like a process to turn them into jelly, it's not as hot as just eating the pepper. So it'll take it down to like the level of like a jalapeno in terms of tolerability of heat, but you can still get the flavor. So seriously, ghost pepper is so good. It's incredible. Peppers are delicious. The spice is always the problem for my guts. IBS kills. I'm gonna have to start like paying more attention to that kind of stuff because I don't actually know if it hurts me at all. I don't think it does, but I don't know. I don't really pay that close of attention to like, how long has it been since I ate that thing? Shitty chocolate is shitty, but good dark chocolate with a bit of heat really hits the spot. Okay. Yeah, that does sound good. So the thing is that like, I like the taste of jalapeno. So when I get like something that says it's supposed to be like jalapeno, I'm thinking like, oh, it's going to taste like jalapeno, but then it didn't taste like anything other than M&M's chocolate. And then after the chocolate left my mouth, it was just heat on my tongue. Jalapeno is delicious, more than spicy. True. Someone in the YouTube chat, Daiku Coffee, asked, what kind of cake is your favorite? I don't think that I have experienced enough of the world to make a very strong declarative statement about that. I love a tiramisu. Does that count as cake? I think that counts as cake. Tiramisu is a type of cake, right? That's my answer. I noticed you're rocking one fingerless glove, and I'm all about that. Look, my hand hurts, so this is a compression glove. It actually doesn't actively hurt right now, but it was hurting earlier, so I wore a compression glove only on that hand. Hello, what are we talking about? So I was telling you all about how I love the Great British Baking Show, and generally we're kind of just trying to have like a wholesome start before we talk about bad laws. Bad anti-trans laws. It is a stylish compression glove. Thank you. I do like it. Tres leches. I think I've only had tres leches like one time. It was pretty good, but it's strange. It's like served in a pool of liquid. I love a silk pie also, like pie-wise. I'm not like a huge fan of like fruity pie. I don't really love fruit in my baked goods for the most part, unless it's raspberry, in which case I don't usually have any qualms with it. But I love a silk pie. I was actually just thinking about like, oh, I wonder how difficult it would be to make that. Probably not very difficult, but I was like thinking about getting back into a hobby of baking before I started watching Great British Baking Show. So That's a thing that you might experience sometimes, is me being like, look at this thing that I made. People have asked about cooking streams, and I feel like baking streams are like the only logical way to do cooking streams. Have you ever tried to like have a conversation with someone while you're sauteing anything? I don't know why people keep asking for cooking streams. Chiffon pie is my favorite. I haven't had. Pumpkin is a fruit, and pumpkin pie is amazing. Gayfesh, I raise you sweet potato pie. I made a sweet potato pie once out of I bought raw sweet potatoes and made it, and it was so good. Oh my god, it was delicious. It's really not that different in flavor from pumpkin pie. It's just denser. Lone Wolf says, having a conversation when sauteing is fine for me, but if I'm trying to gather ingredients or chop shit up, stay out of my way. It's a sensory, I'm like, oh, it's so loud. Like, it's mostly just loud. And you usually want to have like the exhaust fan on if you're cooking, you know. Lux baking stream now. Okay, the people demand it. Yeah, some people, like, I think as people get older, wreckage, they lose their flavor for sweet things. I also just think that I need to stop eating as much sugar. So I might have to, I don't actually know. I asked my partner the other day, I was like, hey, do you like baked goods? And he was like, yeah. And I was like, okay, because I was just wondering, because I want to get into like the baking hobby, but I've also noticed a trend of like people starting a hobby of baking and gaining 25 pounds. One time I was trying to multitask cutting veggies, frying beef, and talking to my mom. Yeah, it's not the multitasking part that I really have a difficult time with in the kitchen. It's the noise and like streaming, sauteing food, exhaust fan. Just seems like a sick, terrible combo. Oh god, I ended up putting the plastic cutting board on an open flame and melting it. Ooh. Italian meringue with fruit pureed into it. The fancy version of an icebox jello pie. I don't eat meringue very often, so I don't really know what it's like. Extractor fan sounds noisier than sauteing food. Oh, undoubtedly, Lone Wolf. It is louder. It's just a bad combination. And like, I have a couple of lavs, but they're lavaliers that like attach to my phone, so they're not very high quality lavaliers. Be difficult to have clean audio for a cooking stream, but baking I could hypothetically do. I could hypothetically do a baking stream from my phone. That would be pretty easy to do. The only part that would be hard to hear is like if I had to use the mixer, but BFD. Joke's on you, I did that without a baking hobby, true. Yeah, so the thing about kids and sugar is that, like, so the thing about humans and craving things is that you typically, like, crave stuff because you need it, right? You crave sugar because you're growing and you need, like, a lot of calories. So even if you are, you know, being fed regularly, as most children are nowadays in America, I guess, I feel like that's just, the world is such a bad place that I don't even feel like I can say that. Because I don't actually know, like, how many kids are in poverty and get denied school lunch because they can't afford it. You know, I don't know. Anyway, children want sweet things because humans need calories, and sweet things are the best way to get a high amount of calories. Actually, that's not true. I think fat is the best way to get a high amount of calories, but sweet things are there. So, you know, if you're ever like, wow, I'm really craving like a steak, consider that you might be a little bit anemic. and you need to get some iron in your body. Or if you're like really craving a salad, you know, it might be because you're missing out on some nutrient that your body is like telling you. Craving sugar is a thing that's going to happen, you know, just because, again, humans are pursuing the calories. And that's not necessarily something you want to go with. But there are other things that, like, cravings are an important signal. I'm just having a little bit of a headache right now, so I'm just trying to, like, work it out. Just trying to work it out. We have a second brain, basically, in our stomach. Cravings come from the nervous system in your stomach going, I need X thing. You got that when you ate Y food. Here is a craving now. True. I actually didn't really like know that was substantiated about like a communication occurring, but that makes sense because I do know that like serotonin production in the gut happens quite a lot, and it's like important to have a healthy gut biome for your mental health because of the availability of neurotransmitters. That's the word I was looking for. I wish I had an extractor fan, but I live in an apartment. Oh shit. Yeah, that's very shitty. Like the overhead fan can like help at least, like, you know, presumably there's a filter in there and some of it's getting caught, you know. But it's better if it's getting routed out of the house. I find that I still have a strong sweet tooth as I get older, but that I appreciate less sugar and more flavor as time goes on, which is why my chocolate preference gets darker year after year, I think. Yeah. I think it's also that it's not just that you lose the taste for sweet, but that you start to build a taste for bitter. So dark chocolate is rather bitter, or can be. According to highway billboards, at least 10% of children in the U.S. go hungry regularly. Unsurprising. Yeah, Baphomet, I always feel anemic, and I crave rare steak. Never thought to put those two together somehow. Yeah. Consider changing your diet or adding in a supplement that might help a little bit. I crave chicken and hamburger. Oh, I should probably think about what I'm going to cook for dinner tonight. Because sometimes you like, it's good to think about what you're going to cook for dinner in the morning. If you are like me, the type of person who buys like a few meals worth of chicken breast at a time, and then we have a vacuum sealer, and I vacuum seal and then put it in the freezer. So I need to like think in the morning, what are we going to eat for dinner tonight? So that I can pull it out of the freezer. I do wonder, that's true, Wreckage. I wonder if this factors into restrictive eating disorders and how foods are chosen. I bet that there's some kind of complex relationship there. You only crave spicy or sour things, Timerinia? Interesting. It's probably vitamin C. It's probably vitamin C that you're wanting. That would be my guess anyway. I had some 85% dark chocolate a couple weeks ago, which is normally too bitter for me, but I ended up acclimating to it and finishing the whole bar. Sounds good. It's kind of like how beer, like I don't think that you just develop a taste for beer through tolerance, but I think that you, like, by the time you're old enough to drink beer, your tastes are going to start changing. If I don't plan dinner ahead, I get off work and then sit on the couch for an hour before making it. Then I don't end up eating till like 10 p.m. I've been slacking on that too. Preferably, I like to start cooking at like 7 so that we're able to eat by like 8 or 8:30, depending on what I'm cooking. But sometimes I don't get started until a little bit after 7, and then I'm like slow getting into it, and then we're not eating until like 9:30, and it's too late. My partner and I pretty consistently go to bed at like midnight because he has a real job. I don't. But it's respectful, you know? To not go to bed at 3 a.m. and wake him up every night. Sour is the only taste that all vertebrates can detect, every single one. I wonder why that is. Ooh, I made beans and rice yesterday with some chopped chipotle peppers. It was easy and delicious. Oh, sour might have been the first flavor detected. Whoa, that's pretty cool. It's been so interesting seeing how one of my friends had COVID, or like maybe he never tested positive, but he did lose his sense of taste for a while. And one of the interesting things that he said was like, I can still tell when I'm eating something sweet or sour because my mouth responds in the same way that it would normally, but I can't taste it. And I was like, what? Yes, I also saw the PBS Eons video. I didn't see the PBS Eons video. I'm missing out. Isn't sour taste based on acidity? That would make sense. Yeah, for most vertebrates, it serves as a warning against acidity. For primates, it actually swaps to being a craving because we lost our gene to produce our own vitamin C like 60 million years ago, so we crave citrus fruits. That's fascinating. I never really thought about like some animals can make their own vitamin C. That's pretty cool though. Yeah. Get some vitamin supplements or Thymerina. Honestly, something that I personally enjoy. The cleanup part is the only part that stands in my way about this, but like I actually like to make my own smoothies. If you have like $11 to get one of those big bags of like mixed berries, like five different fruits, raspberry, strawberry, blueberry, like a couple other things thrown in there. Just throw it in there with some ice or some water even. Maybe like a spoonful of yogurt. Pretty delicious. Assuming you have a blender. The cleaning the blender part is the part that sucks. So immediately after you pour the smoothie, just immediately rinse the blender. Just rinse it immediately. Whenever possible, rinse your dishes immediately. Adult life hack. No one's ever thought of that before. I wonder how much loving really spicy food might relate to being a masochist. Like how much of that is mental versus nutritional need. Oh, yeah, no. If you crave spicy, that is a craving for, you want endorphins. What you want is dopamine chemicals. It's like, it's pretty much like runner's high, and people are like, oh, like it's almost like an addiction when I go running all the time. Like that's what you are getting out of spicy food. We actually still have the gene, but it isn't active. We could potentially do human experimentation, CRISPR shit, reactivate it. That would be neat. Delicious dopamine. I saw that video, Baphomet. Yeah. Hey, Chuckle Nuts. Yeah, you. Go do your dishes. I know you got some. They're in your room. They're in your sink. I don't care where they are. Go do them. Anybody, you spicy lovers out there, salt and vinegar chips, right? Right? Yeah, spicy foods are interesting. They evolved to prevent mammals from eating them. Birds are immune to capsaicin, so they eat the spicy fruit and spread the seeds further. But then humans are like, yes, give me the thing that hurts. True. I like spice. I hate salt and vinegar chips. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, my knee. No. I mean, I'm British, and apparently salt and vinegar chips is compulsory for Brits, but I hate it. Lone Wolf, you might mean something different. I don't mean like potato wedges with salt and vinegar drizzled over. I mean crisps with salt and vinegar baked into them, or like fried into them, or whatever. That's one of my favorite things, by the way, is like I'm like, oh no, let me just use the British terminology to communicate more directly what I mean. Let me just code switch a little bit for the Brits. I mean, it's Brit Day. It's Europe Day. My Sunday streams. I'm like really procrastinating doing the news. They do dry your lips out so fucking much. I have to be careful with super salty chips and stuff. Because if I like hit the side of my mouth with salty chips a whole bunch, I'll like, I think it's herpes, like the little tiny cold sore. I'll get one of those. Nicotine and caffeine are also insecticides meant to stop the fruit and leaves from being eaten. True. Well, Gayfesh, they're similar, but like I think the textural quality would be vastly different if you have a wet chip. Like if you have a French fry, if you have a basket of French fries and they're like drizzled with vinegar and then salted, they're gonna like have a really garbage consistency. Whereas like, I think even if the flavors are all there, the crisp is just a better delivery method. Wreckage, but it's like they bubble though. It's like all bubbly and yeah. I'm pretty sure it's just really, really minor herpes that doesn't pop up very often. They only happen when I eat salty things though. Plants develop nicotine to ward off predators. Humans, haha, check this out. Takes a fat rip off a vape. Sweet potato tortilla chips and queso. I have never tried sweet potato crisps. I've had sweet potato fries, like sweet potato chips before, but not sweet potato, like tortilla chip crisps. What if I just stick to honestly, I think that like the British ones kind of make more sense. Like crisps. Although I don't know, I don't think chips make sense. What if I just say crisps and fries? And that'll just be how I make the distinction between these things. Yeah, like I think 80% of people have herpes. It's really not dangerous, no. It's just annoying and painful. It's the main thing. Crisps and chips and fries. Yeah, what if I just eliminate chips? Because that's the one that they have in common that makes it confusing. So I'll just do crisps and fries. So I'm using one American one and one Brit one. I might have to try the sweet potato crisp. I was just like, why mouth do this when eat salty chip? And Google be like, because you eat salty chip, dumb fuck. I had that happen with like, I burned the roof of my mouth by eating hot pizza. I was like, why does the roof of my mouth feel all fucked up? And the internet was like, did you just eat pizza? And I was like, true. Hello, Emmy. Welcome in. I think it's been like an hour, and I don't think that I can avoid it much longer. Just fold your pizza in half to avoid this. Just eat it upside down. Yeah. Fold it in half. Or just put 2 pieces of pizza on top of each other with the cheese part in the middle, and then eat it so that the roof of your mouth is only hitting dough. The last time I made hot cider, I took a big swig immediately and was like, this is boiling water. I cannot do that. and spat it back out, and my tongue couldn't taste anything for a week after. I sipped something. I think I may have just sipped some of my coffee like sometime last year, and then I couldn't taste anything on the tip of my tongue for a few weeks. Or about a week. I don't know. I heal slowly. My ears, this one is still actively spewing like chunky gunk, even though it got pierced the first week of February. So I heal slowly. Tea's the bane of my existence. Either too hot or I forget it until it's cold. It's weird. I'm off of caffeine and nicotine and alcohol. So it's weird. Like, I kind of was like, I really want some coffee. Like, while I was at the store, I was like, is it worth it for me to buy some decaf coffee so that I can just taste it? And then I was like, how dare you even consider spending $10 on something that you want but don't need? And then I was like, I mean, you're right, though. It's not in the budget, TBH. I'm in North Carolina, but my entire family are all New York Jewish by lineage, so I picked up the pizza folding thing by osmosis. Oh my god, I did yoga before stream, but I didn't eat before stream. Decaf coffee might still energize you as a placebo. That's fine. The part that I'm concerned about is the anxiety part. Because I have had heart palpitations for the last few months, and yeah, I mean, I have a lot of chronic pain, so I'll like get some pain in my chest, and it's often on the left side of my chest, and then my heart will accelerate, and like on the days that I drink coffee, like I just can't get it to stop. So yeah, rather unfortunate. So decaf like isn't uncaffeinated. There is still some caffeine in it, but it's less. And I just don't have the taste for tea. I have tried a couple different ways of drinking tea, and I just don't like it that much. Yeah, Chase, some of it is about self-control, and some of it's like, I mean, mostly it's like this stuff is actively hurting me, and the fact that it's actively hurting me is like scaring me too much to continue trying to derive any pleasure from it. Like caffeine is making my heart race. Like I don't have any self-control with the vaping. Like it's like all day, and I don't think most people who vape do that. So that would make me an outlier in terms of like possible side effects. And I had like a cough and like stuff for a while, and like I would like cough badly enough that I would have like a little bit of blood just from the abrasiveness of my coughing, and it freaked me out, so I stopped vaping. And like alcohol is kind of a similar thing, where I just like feel like shit constantly, and I have to drink way more water than I don't even like. Nobody really loves drinking water, I think, you know, like you just have to, and you have to drink way more if you drink alcohol all the time. And I can't take Ambien on the nights that I drink alcohol, and I don't sleep well those nights, and like not sleeping well like increases your fibro symptoms by quite a lot. So yeah, for me, I guess it's not even really a self-control thing. It's like these things are hurting me. The snoots, the tapers. Tapers do have cute snoots. You must boop the snoot. The snoot droops. Wait, what? Hold on. What did Technetium say? Oh, you made a reference to Mormon mythology about tapirs. Okay. It is a tiny trunk. Ooh, sugar gets chest pain. Ooh, oh, interesting. Emmy Knows News says that she's trying to give up sugar because of chest pains. I wonder if that's part of my issue, because I eat way too much sugar. Like, so much sugar. When I was a kid, the first time I heard the word tape eater, I thought they were saying tape eater because they had a snoot like an anteater. And I'm like, bruh, who eats tape? True. Baphomet, are you asking me what kind of chest pains I have? They started after I injured myself doing a bunch of planks and push-ups and stuff. Like, it freaking me out, and I went to the doctor over it, and she was like, oh, you probably just like tore your muscles and your intercostal muscles, which are the ones that you breathe with on the inside of your rib cage. And once you injure them, it's easy for them to be injured later. And for me, it's like, you know, it's kind of a roaming pain. If you feel like you're having something akin to really intense heartburn that seems to last forever, get your gallbladder checked out. Yeah. I don't think I have heartburn. Like, heartburn feels like a burning sensation. That's why they call it that, right? I just get pain. Like, sharp pains. Yeah. Anxiety-related chest pain. Yeah. Something that has helped me gay and play. I don't know what your body type is, I guess. I literally, some of my chest pain, I realized at a certain point that I would like I'm wrapping my arms around myself like this. I would hold my chest and let the muscles relax and like hold my chest with my hands, so that I could like take a couple breaths without having to also like hold my body up with my muscles, like relax the muscles that are holding my chest together. And what has grown from that is I'll wear my bodice when I'm having certain types of chest pain, like panic attack related chest pain, because I'm tense. Like I'm like holding so much tension, not only in my shoulders and stuff, but like literally in my chest wall. So like I put on my bodice and then I can just relax and let the bodice hold my ribs together, you know? That's gotten worse since presumed COVID complications. I think my lung capacity is fucked. That sucks. Of course, it's really our magic. Yeah. I actually was just, my bodice only has ribbing in the front. Like, that's the only place where there's any definition. Otherwise, it's almost like a vest. And I was like, oh, I really do wish that it had boning in the back so that I could just let the corset or the bodice or whatever you want to call it, like, so that I could just hold up my back too. Trying to focus on relaxing my muscles helps. If I don't, it can escalate to hyperventilating. Gay in play, have you ever heard of progressive muscle relaxation? It is a tactic where you basically do a body scan either from top to bottom or bottom to top, and the thing that you do is that like you like scrunch up part of your muscles, so you like engage the muscles and you hold it and then you let go, and there's like a more complete release after you do that, and then you move your way down. So it can help if you're like, ooh, I'm gonna really squeeze, like I'm gonna really like engage my chest and like squoosh all those muscles and then let go. It can be a more complete release than just thinking like, oh, I need to let go of these muscles, you know, trying to like individually focus on the muscles and shit. It's just easier if you just like clench all of it and then let it all go. My belly is too thick to wear corsets. You can get ones that like are like a half, like my bodice stops at the bottom of my rib cage. They've been demonized by media misrepresenting tight lacing. Honestly, like it's in some ways easier to breathe if you're wearing a well-fitted bodice. You probably still don't want to like exercise in one. But yeah, it's not that bad. Worth keeping in mind, it's especially common for trans women to have gallbladder issues since progesterone affects your gallbladder function. That's really good to know, and might also be something to keep in mind for people who are on progesterone for birth control, like myself. I didn't know that. Yeah, I understand gay and play. If you check, if you're interested, gay and play, the Discord server has an advice channel, like an advice and support channel. And I recently put together a bunch of tactics that I learned from dialectical behavioral therapy, like biohacks for calming your body down, that you might want to read and like try practicing if you're interested. If anybody who struggles with panic attacks or like emotional dysregulation needs some like literally hacking your body to get your emotions to stop doing stupid shit, it's quite useful. Oh, are you saying she was on like the keto diet and lost her gallbladder? Demon Mama lost her gallbladder when she tried keto. Combo of keto and progesterone. Jesus, that's crazy. Oh, there are separate exercise corsets, says Theos. That's pretty cool. Yeah, don't do keto. I don't know what your gallbladder does, really. And I don't know how to know if it's failing. TBH. Hello, Mersh. I suppose I'm doing okay. We are just chilling, talking about whatever, and procrastinating. We're probably gonna start talking about the news soon. And then once we're done talking about the news, we're gonna resume doing nothing serious. Gallbladder produces bile that aids in the digestion of fat. Okay. When my mom asked the doctor of my hormones if my hormones had anything to do with my gallbladder nearly killing me, he basically said yes, but then told her off if her intention was to get me to stop with hormones. Based and red-pilled doctor. People with no gallbladder can't eat too much fat. That makes sense. The liver produces the bile, but the gallbladder stores it. Okay. I did not see that Vosh debated Dr. Deborah So on her podcast. I'm not sure, or maybe I did see that, but I don't know who Deborah So is. I'm not sure why she matters. I know the name, but I can't remember why. Oh, gosh. An anti-trans person who's gone on Joe Rogan, perhaps? Ooh, if you have no gallbladder, your options are either low-fat diet or extreme pain and suffering. That sounds terrible. Because a low-fat diet is also like its own form of pain and suffering. Are you for real? I can't put butter in shit anymore? Like... Oh, I see. So what is she a doctor in? Seriously, is she an earnest doctor? Did she write a thesis? What is her thesis on? Sorry. She wrote The End of Gender, Debunking the Myths About Sex and Identity in Our Society, and was on Joe Rogan and Ben Shapiro's show. Yeah, I didn't see that Vosh went on her podcast, but that's cool. I'm glad that he did. She's a sex researcher. I assume you mean in the sociological sense of like people engaging in sex. I choose the extreme pain and suffering usually. I like fat. Fat is good. That is why I am fat, because I am good. True. She holds a PhD in sexual neuroscience. Okay. Interesting. A neuroscientist who is against trans people. Fascinating. Well, I'm just like, what could you possibly know? Yeah, not all academics are good. Jordan Peterson has a PhD too. What is his PhD in? She brought up rapid onset gender dysphoria and a bunch of right-wing talking points. Rapid onset gender dysphoria is a right-wing talking point. I appreciate that I'm not criticizing you. My diet was super high in fat before I lost my gallbladder, so that probably was also a major contributing factor. I'm 28 and I care about living at least the same amount of time continuing forward, right? So I am trying to make better decisions about my diet. We're having less red meat. We're trying to have less salt. Trying to increase the number of like veg. Trying to make sure to eat fruit. Or at least like at the very minimum fruit juice, right? Still quite high in sugar, but if you're going to eat sugar, at least it has to be like you're getting something else with the sugar and it's not just sugar. I'm terrible about that one. Yeah, we're just trying to make better choices. Having less fat in our diets and stuff, could be good. Oh, it's in clinical psychology. I see. Jordan Peterson's PhD. PhD equals piled hip deep sometimes. Technetium, yes, I did know that. Weird trans discourse fact I found out recently is that Buck Angel is like 1 degree of separation from the directors of The Matrix. Yeah. Supposedly, back in the 90s, one of the Wachowskis was married to a woman. No. It was that Buck Angel was married to a woman who divorced him in order to be with one of the Wachowskis. Yeah, JBP studied psychology. He pretends he's a master of philosophy, though. He debated Zizek, and it was laughable at a few points. I don't know a lot about Zizek, either. Cucked by Lana Wachowski. True. She's great. She's the one with, like, pink hair, right? Mm-hmm. Yes, there were some strange news stories about autogynephilia and sissy hypno. I love the idea that Cypher from The Matrix is just Buck Angel, even though they didn't know Buck until after the movie was made. I think Cypher is cool. Is Cypher not the one that I'm thinking of? Yes, it was Buck Angel who prematurely outed one of the Wachowskis as a cross-dresser, quote unquote. Oh, Cypher was the traitor. Oh, yeah. Okay, no, you're right. Yeah. I was thinking of I don't know what his name is. I just watched these movies. No, I was not thinking of Switch. I was thinking of the Asian from the second movie, the program. I think second movie. He's a program who like takes care of the Oracle. Asian dude with the glasses. Seraph. Thank you. As you can see, there are some similar phonetics between Cypher and Seraph. That's what happened. Cypher conveniently taking 20 years to pull the plug on Neo so the gang could save him. True. Emily, how dare you say such a thing? The new one is so good. We're going to start a flame war. It's really different. It's very, very different. I think it's really good, though. The new one is really funny as a critique. I don't think it's meant to be taken seriously. It's definitely not the same kind of film. The action is very different. Hello, Zernist. Welcome in. I liked the first half of the new one. The second half, not so much. I like once you start reading it as an allegory. Oh, interesting. I didn't realize that was actually what that was being said. Like Warner Brothers was going to make this with or without me. They were really going to just make another Matrix and not include the creators. Wow, that's fucked. So they, Lana was like, I'm going to make the kind of movie that I can make. And it's really subtly, it's like the previous movies were a trans allegory, but the creators didn't know. This movie was a trans allegory, but the creator knew. So it was like, in some ways, more explicit than previous movies about it. Hot take, I couldn't make it through the first Matrix. It's so egg. It's so egg. Frequently when I watch the first 3, I'm like, wow, this is some intense egg shit. Yeah, the new one is really good if you view it through a very specific lens, and it very much makes that lens as explicit as possible. Neo and Trinity are lesbian goals? True. Lexi, okay, listen, one of the main crew members is called Lexi, trans girl name. Clearly in a non-binary lesbian relationship with Bugs. Okay? Clearly. Morrigan Lestrange in the YouTube chat says, my whole life up to this point has been some intense egg shit, LMAO. Bugs is explicitly NB. Absolutely. Like the blue hair, like there's no way. And like in their introduction, they were like, oh, I was presented with this. Yeah, exactly. Are you really going to reduce my life to a fucking binary? True. Blue hair and pronouns. Yeah, they're not even trying to be subtle. They were probably not permitted to be explicit, but if you know half a shit about anything, it's so obvious. That's why I love the fourth Matrix, because in so many ways it's like their fuck you to everybody who dramatically misunderstood the first movies. How dare you use my movie as a metaphor for becoming right wing about taking the red pill, Yes, the new Matrix is extremely a commentary on its own unnecessary existence and a reflection on the misunderstanding of the first films. Yes. Like, do you like the phrase trans politics is in the movie Matrix 4. Gonna watch the fourth one without watching any others to make people mad? Do it. Yes. So I just think the Matrixes are really good if you view them through a very specific lens. I talked about it a few months ago, streamed about it. Nobody commented during the stream. I've always wondered what happens if you took both the red and blue. I don't know. That's a good question. From Dragon Slayer in the YouTube. That's true, Gayfesh. The best part of Matrix 4 is how everyone canonically has watched the first 3 movies. Wreckage, how dare you make me lose the game. If you're a regular cynical film watcher... Wait, where did you start? Oh yeah, the new Matrix is extremely a commentary on its own unnecessary existence and a reflection on the misunderstandings of the first films, which, if you are a regular cynical film watcher, can read as especially cynical and just self-awareness cringe. But if you're looking past that, you can see a lot of art underneath the surface. Yeah. The magic pill, purple, true, Morrigan. Ooh. So just personally, I think that the Matrix is cool. But I'm going to take a quick step away. You have to chew them to make the purple goo. Ugh. They are like, they're soft gels, right? Ugh. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick step away. If you have not already hit like on the stream, please consider hitting like on the stream. I know Decoy Duck, I really have like, I need to like buckle down and do some work this week. I've been like really not doing enough work lately. So I'm actually going to write my own bathroom song. It's just going to take a little bit because I'm going to play it on my guitar. So it's going to be like I have to write the whole song and figure out how long it should be and stuff. So I'm just going to take a quick step away. Again, if you haven't hit like, please do. When I get back, we're going to talk about the news. We're going to talk about anti-trans laws. And some of them are positive, like, because a couple of them are like, there was a sanctuary state now. Or at least they're trying to introduce legislation to, yeah, I know, Razcal, true news, Sag. We're doing our due diligence, right? We're going to just talk about what's happening, stay informed, get a little bit upset about it, and then afterwards we'll go back to talking about whatever and maybe we'll play a game, okay? But I'm just going to take a quick step away, get some water, and BRB. You know what's really cool? This has a gate. So if I'm too far away from the mic, it just doesn't even activate. It's pretty great. Babies. How are we, Horties? Ooh, goodness gracious. Yeah, decoy tech, no more dishwashing noises. True. Actually, like, I did turn on the water while I was stepped away. Did you hear the water while I was stepped away? Hydrate. Hail hydrate. True. If Oregon doesn't pull sanctuary state laws, I'm leaving. Coffee is mostly water. Speaking of The Matrix, a bunch of props from The Matrix and the Wachowskis' other works are up for auction. Proceeds go to support trans kids. I saw the post about that on Twitter. Okay, well that's good. So yeah, I guess no more sync sounds. Oh my gosh, I am hungry. I have to deal with that at some point later. So for now, oh my gosh, someone earlier said just like Elon Musk getting cucked by Chelsea Manning. True. In the YouTube chat. I mean, I have eaten like chocolate covered coffee beans before. They're pretty yummy. Consume the bean. That sounds like a different sort of invitation. Anyway, on that note, trans kids are not having a good time in my country. Really, trans people in general are not having a good time in my country. Or like anywhere. Because we are going to be covering a little bit of news from elsewhere. I do tend to focus on the US as an American, which I think is totally fine. But we will discuss a little bit of news from Europe today while we are going through these anti-trans laws. There have been so many updates since last stream. Like our last stream on Thursday, we talked about like, oh my gosh, my brain just absolutely emptied itself. We talked about Minnesota sanctuary state and Florida trying to ban social transition under the same kind of child abuse guidance, it seems, as Texas tried to pull. And since then, there have been multiple updates, which thank you all for posting that, those links and stuff in the anti-queer law tracker in the Discord server. That's very helpful. I use that space to curate the links so that we can talk about these things. So the first one that I have today, I think this was the oldest post, like most oldestest post. Yeah, since Thursday. This was the first update since Thursday that we got in the server. Let's go to the mall. So Tennessee bill would allow teachers to use students' biological pronouns. Does anybody know what that means? Not gender identity. A committee note on the bill warns that it could cost the state federal funding. A new Tennessee bill would make it so that teachers do not have to, quote, go along. That was me adding the quote. The article says a new Tennessee bill would make it so that teachers do not have to go along with a student's preferred pronoun if it doesn't match their biological sex. Oh, that's because this is Fox News. I was not paying very close attention. Aren't there like smaller networks that are also called Fox? Anyway, this bill, known as SB 2777, applies to all employees of public schools and local education agencies and says that they would not be civilly liable for using any pronoun that is consistent with the biological sex of the student to whom the teacher or employee is referring, even if the pronoun is not the student's preferred pronoun. So this law is just saying, like, basically it's saying, like, even if gender, and by that we also mean, like, Gosh, my brain is just emptying out. I took a step away and like now I just cannot keep a flow of thoughts and conversation going, apparently. Great. Technically, like federally, if they say that gender is protected as the same thing as sex, like discriminating against someone for dressing as a woman because they are legally the male sex is technically discrimination on the basis of sex. That's kind of like the way, that's like the interpretation that has been used a couple times, it seems, at that, like, you know, when the federal courts are trying to discern like Title IX protections about sex, who do they apply to? Like job protections. So they did find a few years ago, I believe, an employment case that discriminating against a gay man for being gay is sex discrimination because it is discriminating against the man based on a belief that he should be sexually attracted to women. Which is why I always say, like, I do think that your sexual orientation is sort of a reflection on your gender in a certain way. Like, you are considered less of your gender if you are same-sex attracted or whatever. So if it were federally protected that you couldn't misgender someone because that's against their sex-based rights, then this bill is attempting to make it legal, like a legal loophole, to say like, oh, well, in our state, you can't sue over that. Like, that's not a protected thing anymore, which is why there is a risk of losing federal funding. Oh my gosh. The bill also says that teachers and other school employees would not be subject to adverse employment action, so they can't be fired or anything, or suspended for not using a student's preferred pronouns if they don't match their sex only. I don't know. I guess maybe that would be curious to see. If, like, what if they start misgendering kids that are cis? You know, if that loophole would work. Oh my God. I'm sorry. My back is just like really flaring up all of a sudden. I really shouldn't sit as much as I do, I think is the problem. It very sincerely does not feel good. Sorry. Seriously, the chronic pain thing is really getting old. I suppose it's good they're starting to understand that everybody has pronouns. I bet they would fire you in a heartbeat if you were to call cisgender individuals by the wrong pronouns. That's a good point. I bet that you would. I bet they would. There are now more protections for transphobes than there are for trans people. True. The note pointed to the U.S. Department of Education's letter from June 2021 saying the Biden administration views illegal sex discrimination under Title IX to include discrimination based on gender. The note also cited a Department of Education fact sheet bearing the title, quote, "Supporting Transgender Youth in Schools," which calls on schools to have policies that, quote, "respect all students' gender identities." The committee noted that the bill, if passed, could limit the state's education department's Office for Civil Rights, quote, "ability to develop corrective plans that would make schools have their staff use a student's preferred pronouns," which would be in violation of Title IX and could potentially lose $5 billion of federal funding. So that's an issue for them. They should probably not do it, I would say. And then, so that's in Tennessee. Let's see what else we have today. Actually, let me just like open all of these. That's probably a good idea. Bop, 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 bop. Oh, come on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What am I missing? I'm missing one. Oh well, that's a good start. So we also have judge pauses Montana's enforcement of law that makes it harder for transgender residents to modify their birth certificates. So I guess that's technically good news that the judge has pulled an injunction on it. Yeah, it depends on where that federal funding is going. If it's going toward education, they're probably happy with public schools losing that money. True. So this is saying that it must pause its enforcement of a law. So there is already in existence a law which requires trans people to provide proof that they've had surgery in order to change sex designation on their birth certificate. And there is an injunction issued by Judge Michael G. Moses, meaning that for now, Montanans wishing to change the sex designation on their birth certificate can continue doing so by submitting to the Department of Public Health and Human Services, quote, a completed gender designation form attesting to gender transition or providing government-issued identification, displaying the correct sex designation, or providing a court order certifying that they have a gender change. This is kind of the process in a lot of places, is just like you have a doctor that says, yes, this person did something to transition. Or you go to the court and say, I've been living as this for 3 years, so please give me a gender certificate, whatever. Like, it depends on place to place, but that is kind of typically how it goes. Some places are like, we require you to have surgical alteration. That can sometimes be circumvented if you are able to get your doctor to say that surgery is contraindicated for you as a patient. Like, for some medical reason you can't have surgery, but that shouldn't be a restriction. Like, sometimes that kind of shit will work, but not often. So the process had changed last year when the Republican Governor Greg Gianforte signed into law SB 280, which requires trans Montanans to undergo a surgical procedure if they want to amend the birth certificate. 2 people sued, claiming that it violates their constitutional right to the 14th Amendment, equal protection, and privacy and due process. It didn't adequately describe the types of medical procedures required to satisfy the state's definition of a sex change. Yeah, because another thing with that is like, I know that some trans men who live in places where that's required have been like, I got top surgery, which is a sex change, like a type of sex change operation. So that is also a loophole that I know some people have used in the past. So yeah, there's just an injunction on that for now. It intentionally targets trans people for unequal treatment under the law. Only trans people are subjected to these procedures and burdens in order to have a birth certificate that accurately reflects their gender. Very nice, Judge Moses. Thank you. So that's a spot of good news, I guess. We appreciate a spot of good news. Oh, I don't really need to do that, do I? Aaron Reed, who frequently shares this type of news, we appreciate the consolidation of information into a place that is easy to get to. New York proposing SB 8842, which would make New York a sanctuary state for trans families fleeing healthcare bans, which is good stuff. Give us a quick second. And boop. Okay. So, no family removal, no cooperation with investigation, subpoenas not respected, police may not arrest, no extradition. So it's very similar to what we saw coming out of Minnesota last week. That, like, you can't remove a child from the parental care because they're receiving gender-affirming medical care. Wow, it's so hard to read in the green for some reason. Yeah, you can't do any subpoenas to try to bring someone to court, you can't, and extradition, it means you can't like forcibly remove someone to bring them to the correct court or whatever. Yeah, so that's all pretty good stuff. Good to hear. Yet another reason to move to New York. Yeah, New York is expensive. It is. Yeah, Mersh, not only the laws that require surgical changes to the body to change your documentation, it's not just that it makes it so that rich trans people can have those documents amended and poor ones can't. It's also a problem because it is like, coercively enforcing a social gender binary. Like, the reason that forcing people to have surgical changes in order to change their documentation is bad is like for the same reasons that it's bad that we surgically alter children without their consent, like intersex children, like it's bad for the same reasons, because it's like a coercive violation of autonomy, I mean, what I'm saying is like not everyone wants surgery or needs it, and it's like coercively reinforcing this, like the thing about it is like they call us, like they say that we have a gender ideology when in actuality, like they're the ones who have to constantly do all this maintenance work to maintain this false idea that sex and gender are binary and separate. Like women who start to grow mustaches are given hormone treatment, like because they have PCOS or whatever. Like men are given testosterone for low T, in addition to the coercive surgeries and shit like that. Like there is so much work that goes into making it like that goes into like reinforcing this binary system, that go into making people binary and think that this is what life actually is like. It's a lot of effort to maintain that illusion. And this is like one component of that is when you force people to get surgery, you're like further reinforcing the idea that these things are deeply separate, Humans are only mildly sexually dimorphic. Excuse me. Gosh. Okay. So New York proposing a bill to make it a sanctuary state. Unfortunate that it's so expensive to live there. What else we got? Oh, this Twitter doesn't exist anymore. Missouri lawmakers consider extending proposed ban on gender-affirming care to adults. Great. That's fantastic. Lawmakers this week suggested that gender-affirming care be off limits to individuals younger than 25 years old. This is from The Hill. The ghost. There's a ghost in my wall. So Missouri lawmakers this week, while debating a bill seeking to restrict access to gender-affirming care for minors, suggested access to medical interventions like hormones be withheld from trans and non-binary individuals until at least their 25th birthday. During the public hearing, a psychologist testified that she believes young adults under the age of 25 are unable to fully comprehend the, quote, dramatic and drastic and irreparable changes that their bodies will undergo if they receive gender-affirming medical treatments like puberty blockers or hormone therapies. She also said she supported conversion therapy. I feel like any person with a degree who says they support conversion therapy should just have that degree immediately taken away from them. Has it not been thoroughly demonstrated that conversion therapy, is just actual torture? Highly effective in the short term, as many forms of torture tend to be, but doesn't tend to produce lasting results except for trauma. I feel like that's been pretty well substantiated, but I don't know because it's been a bit since I looked into it. I'm barely going on 26. That restriction is so fucking brutal. Yeah, it's wild. She suggested that, or medical research has suggested that the prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain responsible for executive function, like decision making, is not fully developed until roughly the age of 25. Currently, the bill only applies to individuals younger than 18. Missouri physicians and healthcare providers under the bill would be prevented from providing or recommending gender-affirming care to patients who are minors. On Thursday, some representative argued that the legislature had previously invoked brain maturity in deciding whether the state should raise the age for being charged as an adult in criminal cases from 17 to 18. That's a 7-year jump from 18 to 25, my dude. The brains of especially males are still developing into their 20s? What? 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 I'm sorry, what? The brains of especially males are still developing into their 20s, and I don't understand why that's not part of the discussion here. Why? I'm sorry, Representative Nick Schroer from Missouri. I would like to see some studies about that. Legal age is 18, 21 at most in the history of the United States of America. That would be a violation of the U.S. Constitution. I think so. Even further, people are obliged by society to pay for procedures to reaffirm the sex-gender binary. It's not like we have Medicare for all or anything. It harms cis people with medical conditions as well as trans people. Yes, that's true. Yeah, the one thing that people don't often realize about like trans procedures, like it's the reason why it's okay. So I'm going to make an argument that it's better for the economy. It is better for the economy if you let trans people access care as soon as they know that they're trans. Like, if a person knows when they're a teenager, you should let them transition to benefit the economy. And the reason for that is non-passing trans people have a much harder time keeping a job, which means that they're more likely to be using government services. Like, they are chronically underemployed or unemployed and therefore have to use services like food stamps, whatever, that kind of thing. They also tend to be underhoused or unhoused, which then also leads to using government benefits. Like, they're not producing to contribute to the economy. They are effectively like having to use resources in order to get by, you know? In addition, them not having a job usually means that they're not paying for things also. Like, they're not able to stimulate the economy by purchasing things for businesses, like local businesses, you know? So in addition to all that stuff, the procedures are money spent in an industry that tends to funnel it upward. Like healthcare, like, I don't think that you could reasonably say that the spending that is done on healthcare related to undoing the effects of puberty is I don't think that like is good benefit to the economy versus like the hundreds of dollars, thousands of dollars that they could be spending on like any other product, you know? Oh my God, I need to take a second. Hold on. Ugh. I'm just gonna stand for a second, okay? Because my back really hurts. There's just this like spot right like next to my spine that is really does not feel good at the moment. So all of the talking that I was just doing right there was like trying to talk through a pretty unpleasant pain in my back. Sorry. Yeah, Gayfesh, isn't the brains of everyone developing until like 25? The brains of everyone developing until age 25, but they're holding on to the outdated idea that women's brains finish maturing at like 16, when it is actually just that we hold women to higher standards. Yeah, like I could maybe see there being an argument that like boys' puberty starts a little bit later. And therefore, like, there's a couple extra years of like brain development that is happening. Like, I don't know. Like, I've heard that argument before that like certain types of emotional development occur once you start like the sex hormones or whatever. I could see that potentially being a thing, but otherwise, I don't really get it. Yeah, it's hard to say like what is like I don't know what is the actual pain. Like what is it? Like where is it coming from, you know? It's the part that I don't get. I think that like the thing is that most of it is kind of coming from nowhere. Oh my gosh. But overall, no, I think that you're right, Gayfesh. It's just that like presumption that girls are just more responsible, so you saddle them with more responsibilities at a younger age, you know? Oh, boys don't mature as quickly, so you don't give them any responsibilities, and then they have no idea how to take care of themselves or do anything. Oh my gosh. I should get a desk that's like a standing sitting desk, but I need so much space width-wise for the monitors. Oh my gosh. CC Bloom in the YouTube chat asks, could the trans healthcare be seen as similar to the anti-choice reproductive laws, where a capitalist class wants to ensure enough working class labor for exploitation? I mean, that kind of makes sense. Like, why else would they be shitting themselves constantly over like the idea of trans kids' fertility not being like, why is the jump always to, oh, trans kids shouldn't transition, and not just like, oh, we will do everything in our power to preserve your fertility and let you transition? Well, because they just don't want there to be trans people in the world. Like, ultimately, that's what it comes down to, is like a genocidal desire for there to not be trans people in the world. It's just kind of difficult to get them to argue that because they have so many concern trolling, like moving the goalposts that they'll do. Oh, that's an interesting question, Mersh. It would be interesting if there were a murder case in Missouri. Like, would a cis male be considered less responsible because he was under 25, whereas a cis woman or trans person be guilty of murder due to their gender? Yeah, this article says like, oh, we've already evoked this idea of the prefrontal cortex not being developed when we were arguing about changing the age that a person can be tried as an adult from 17 to 18. Why would it not logically follow like, oh, no one's brain is developed until age 25, therefore the age of majority in all other things should also be age 25? Like, no, we're just selectively targeting out trans people. My back is starting to feel a little bit better. I'm just not ready to return to the chair yet. Like, there's no active pain right now, but I'm just not ready to return to the chair yet, okay? You all, I have an idea, and I just want to get your opinion on this, since we're kind of having to take a slight aside for a second here. Do you think it would be funny and a good idea if every time I'm reading a quotation if I'm like reading an article, not when I'm reading chat, but when I'm reading an article, if I put on the radio voice every time. If you didn't hear it before, like if you weren't aware in the previous times, I know I fucked around with this a lot at the end of last stream, but like the brains of especially males are still developing into their 20s, and I don't understand why that's not part of the discussion here. I don't know, it could be a fun little gimmick. If they were consistent, you'd be in school until 25 and can't drink, smoke, vote, or join the military until that age. Yeah, I've thought about that shit too. Like, oh, you can join the military at age 20 or at age 18, but you can't drink until 21. All right, cool. Yeah, we like to doing the radio voice. All right, YouTube chat says yes to the radio voice. I'm gonna sit in a very different way than normal and see if that helps for a little bit. Most straight people I know got married and were expected to get married before 25. Several I used to know had kids before 25. Yeah, no kids before 25. Mandatory abortions for anyone under the age of 25. Yeah, that's what makes perfect sense to me here. Okay, I'm going to try to get back to it. It's just, the button is just so far away. I need to maybe scooch the button closer to me for when I read quotations. Beep, 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 beep. Come here to me. There, that's closer. Okay. Anyway, other research has found that early gender-affirming interventions can improve the mental health and well-being of trans and non-binary people. Yeah, no shit, dude. Thank you, The Hill, for being sensical. It's an argument made by lawmakers and other officials in conservative states that gender-affirming care in any form, including social transition, should not be made available, citing the brain maturity argument. But other research has found that it can be good. Okay. A recent study published in the Journal of the American Medical Association found that receiving gender-affirming care, including blockers and hormones, between ages of 13 and 20 was associated with 60% lower odds of moderate or severe depression and 73% lower odds of suicidality. Wowee. Another study published late last year by researchers at the Trevor Project found that among trans and non-binary minors, hormone therapy was associated with nearly 40% lower odds of recent depression or suicide attempt over the last year. Yeah. So it's good that they're reporting on that. Oh, 21 as the drinking age is one of the myriad things you can thank Reagan for. That's great. Thanks, Reagan. Yeah, 17 for the military if your parents allow you to join under the age of 18. Also, I do have to wonder how much of the choice of under 25s is related to when people are most likely to have kids. Could be some weird fascist breeding undertones. True. Honestly, I could see that being part of it. Like, I mean, yeah, like they want the working class to continue to breed quote unquote normal children. They don't want, it's weird. It's really weird that they want trans kids to reproduce. Like, they must really believe that it's an ideology because, I mean, how many people here know a trans person who has given life to a child with their body, whether that's like gestating the child or just providing the initial kickstart, whose child is also trans? Because here's a hot take. It's probably fucking hereditary to an extent. That's true. They do want to persecute the rights of the parental rights of queer folks. At least two that Mersh knows of personally. My birth mom is bisexual and I'm the extreme queer. Yeah. I personally think that it runs in families. Having witnessed some, and it might also refer to just like, you know, Higher levels of awareness, that could definitely be part of it. Okay, maybe I'm feeling okay enough to try to like resume a normal-ish seating position. So it's interesting. I think that they must truly believe that it's an ideology, because they're not doing the part of genocide where you try to limit births within the group. However, they do address other things like limiting like adoption and stuff. Yeah, no, it's definitely irrational. So yeah, Missouri, pretty close to where I live, but I don't live there. It's pretty shitty. I'm old enough that it wouldn't affect me, but still. California filing SB 107, which will make California a safe haven for trans family refugees fleeing Texas, Alabama, and Florida. Basically just the same type of shit. Like, the whole concept of a sanctuary state is some states are trying to make it illegal for you to leave the state to receive this care. Like, it's illegal for you to travel to another state to receive this type of care that we're making illegal within the state bounds. And these are states that you can go to that say, like, we will not cooperate with the enforcement of your law. You know, if someone flees your state in order to get away from this law, then we are going to protect them from it, you know? So someone pointed out earlier, like, it's really unfortunate that we have that. Like, the need for sanctuary states within the United States, but it is good to at least have it. Well, gay and play, like, I think that there are a lot of behavioral things that are more genetic than we think. Not in the sense that we could locate a gene, because I don't think that there is any such thing. Like, I just recently watched a video about some of the biological signals. Like, I think that it would be fun to maybe just watch the first, like, 15 minutes of it, the first 12 minutes of it, really, where it's a biologist who talks about all of the genes that have to switch on and off and on and off in order to produce. Like, even if you have XY chromosomes, all of these things need to happen in order for you to develop testicles. And even if all those things happen, then if this other thing, whatever, then you don't get testicles. Like, so then you just grow up phenotypically female. I don't think that it's possible to find any genes that are that specific for gayness or anything. And I'm not saying anything about it being genetic in order to appeal to its acceptability. I'm saying I personally think that there is a component where, like, this behavioral thing is somewhat hereditary. And my reasoning for thinking that is that I have a cat who I also know his mom, and she, like, they were separated pretty early, but they behave very similarly. Like, and the dog that lived in the house at the same time really kind of took over care for the kittens. Like, the mom really didn't care. But they behave the same way. Like, they didn't live together for very long. They don't live together now. Like, it's been 12 years or whatever. But they just interact in a very similar way. In a way that just kind of isn't explained beyond, like, some of these behavioral indicators are somewhat heritable. Like, we haven't found a gene for fibromyalgia, but it does tend to run in families. You know? There are plenty of medical things where it's like, it seems heritable, but we can't pinpoint any specific thing. It's cool. It's cool. We're all good. Certainly, like, if someone in the chat is making that observation, then someone in the comments later is going to make that observation. So we might as well, like, hash it out, you know? Genetics are so intense beyond, quote, a gay gene, it would be way too complex to call it that. Even, quote, sex chromosomes aren't as simple as what we consider the bimodal model right now. PhD level genetics are cool AF. True. I wish I was interested in genetics more than I was in psychology. Yeah, heredity doesn't necessarily mean genetic. I don't really... Yeah. Something being heritable Could be for complex reasons. But I think that transness can be heritable, is what I'm saying. For whatever reason, I think that transness can be heritable. And I guess it's good that they don't. I mean, I like, it's weird. I was going to say, I guess it's good that they don't know that, but like they're trying to deny people care on that basis. Like, would they be more likely to be like, oh, sure, go ahead and chemically castrate yourselves if they realized that, like, I mean, really what would happen is that they would just like make it impossible for any of us to get affirmative reproductive care, like being able to save our gametes or anything like that. I feel like I'm missing one link. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But I pinned like 7 things earlier today. No, I pinned 6. Okay. And then I posted another link from the Trans Bill Tracker Twitter account. Oh my gosh, Decoy Duck gifted 3 tier 1 subscriptions. Too many white names must have more green. True. Thank you. That's really kind and generous. I appreciate you, Decoy Duck. Tennessee. We're going back to Tennessee again. A sports ban, a trans sports ban, has been signed by Governor Bill Lee in Tennessee, which this doesn't bode well for the other law very well. This bill withholds a portion of state funds for local education agencies that fail to ensure that student athletes are competing against their sex assigned at birth. Oh boy, here I go killing again. Yeah. So, pretty much the same shit that we've been seeing all over the place in terms of anti-trans sports legislation. Ba-ba-ba-bum-bum-bum-bum-ba-bum. Bing bong. Oh my god, come back, chat. Come back, chat. No. To be cynical, I'd say it's a double-pointed spear. They want you to spit out babies for all the ideological and societal things that serves, but also once you've had kids, you're less likely to make drastic upheaving changes like starting hormones, so it has a suppressing effect on open transness. Yeah, I think that kind of goes along with like forcing people to go through puberty and like forcing people to have kids is like you're just trying to make them go through life experiences that may have a tendency to not like that may have a tendency to make them not pursue hormones. Like if you make them feel like they have too many other things going on or too much other responsibility, or it's not possible for them to get the organs that they want, you know, what are these people going to do when we have transplantable fucking uteruses? What are they going to do? They will just have nothing left to say. They'll have to just switch to openly calling us abominations, because I don't know like what else there is at that point that you could use as a reason to not let people transition. It seems like fertility is like the only thing they have without calling them like openly just degenerates, you know? Give me working balls, true. Honestly, like the worst thing about phalloplasty is that you can't like, you know, there's no confetti. Worst part about it. True. I want a coom, please. I know. True. True, Wreckage. True. I can't imagine how much harder my life would have been if I started any later than 22, and I can't imagine how much easier it would have been if I had pursued HRT even sooner than that. Yep. If you hit a trans man in the nuts, it doesn't hurt. That's not true, Emily Lawrence. I mean, it would basically be the same as, like, punting anyone with a cooter. Pretty much equally unpleasant. Except that you also have the potential to like rupture one of their balls open, which is not good. Not like it's just like a silicone thing. Or actually you could potentially damage the pump if their erectile device has a pump that takes the place of one of the testicles. Yeah, that would be actually a pretty serious problem because there's a bunch of saline in it. I'll still have a cooter too, so it's double pain. Yeah. I think like most people don't have clitorectomy, so even if it's buried, it's still going to be under there. You're still going to be taking a whack straight to the big C, you know? Yeah, kicking people hurts. It's not the same type of pain as being hit in the traditional testicles, but it would not be good. As a transhumanist, can't wait to get my modular confetti gun attachment. True. Yeah, traditional testicles, true. Sometimes you, like, when you're streaming, you just say things and then you realize what you've said and you're like... I'm fingers crossed for you, Emily, on that future clitori. You're gonna have more than one, I've decided. Please give penis that can shoot multiple fluids. I don't really care. Well, okay, I don't really care about being able to pee standing up. Like, if in a perfect world where surgical complications were not a factor, would I bother getting rerouting done? I guess it would be convenient in the twice a year that it would be convenient, you know? But in the world that we live in now, where that's where the majority of the complications come from, is from the urethral lengthening, like, the couple times a year that it would be useful is not worth it for me. It's also really difficult to get urethral lengthening and keep your V. Like, that just skyrockets the complication rate, and I'm not going to get rid of anything that I currently possess. NB bottom surgery is so rad. Yeah, I know Baphomet, like, phallus preserving vaginoplasty and vagina preserving phalloplasty. Yeah, wreckage. So, like, the urethra on a vagina area, vulva, is like, it's like behind it's like under the clitoris and in front of the vagina hole, right? That's where the urethral hole is, right? So if you want to have it rerouted, like, usually that area would be, like, in a typical full FTM surgery, it would be buried under a layer of skin. So your urethra is, like, would be buried under skin, which, like, protects it, right? As it currently, like, as it is, you would basically have to have just, like, a tube going, like, a flesh tube. This is graphic, I'm very sorry. That you would have to have, like, a flesh tube going from underneath the clitoris, and it would just be, like, it would have to, like, be attached to your body and then, like, go around your clitoris, I guess. And then up under your phallus into the tube that is then inside your phallus in order to piss from the end of it. And then every time you pee, you're going to have... But what you have to understand is when you pee, you're going to have a thin, exposed tube just in between your labia. Or if you get scrotoplasty, even less protection, because the labia would become your scrotum, and so you would just have, like, an exposed urethral tube at all times. The complication rate is astronomical, and most doctors will not even try. It's the fact that it's exposed that I think is the issue. Like, you have to build it in stages. Like, you usually don't, like, I don't think that for the most part there is, like, a one insertion of the tube and then it's done. Usually you have to, like, build it in stages. So part of the tube would be built and you would start to pee from like somewhere slightly different from where you normally do, but you have to actively pee through it while it's healing. That is part of why urethral lengthening is so complicated, is like unless like you leave the actual, like unless you do most of the building of the tube first and like you're still peeing out of a catheter basically, like I would not want to be like, listen, some people end up like catheterized for 3 years because of how difficult and unfunctional the urethral lengthening process is. Okay. Like, this is your niche, these convos. True. That's true. Anything you want to know about FTM bottom surgery, I can pretty much tell you. Yeah. STP is important. I'm just saying like it's really hard to do if you're going to keep the V. Or like, frankly, I don't know, like maybe you could still have clitoral burial and keep the actual V whole, but then like, so then your urethra would still be protected in the way that it usually would be for like a standard. I don't know. That's an idea. Meme with your surgeon about it. True. Oh my God. NB surgery is so fucking rad. If the political situation and my health gets better, I can't wait to just have nothing. Yes, nullification. Listen, Emily, I really just tend to try to avoid all of them, but it sort of depends. Like, I think a lot of people tend to think the word, like, actually, is it, can you say clitoris on TV, but you can't say vagina? Wreckage, yeah, true, similar thing for me. My approach as someone who wants all of my original junk to be the same. Well, yeah, it's anatomy, Emily, but like still like we are sensitized to the word vagina, even when you're just talking about women and not like trans people who are like dysphoric about having one, you know? It's a charged word. Like, a lot of us also don't like the term, like, breasts. Or, like, we don't like the term breastfeeding. So, like, I generally try to avoid them as much as I can. But sometimes it's for clarity purposes. It's just unavoidable. The C word is more abrasive. True. But anyway, wreckage. For what you're saying about, like, I want my V to be as normal as possible. I want the same thing. So what I'm planning on doing is just having, like, whatever. It's expensive. Who the fuck knows when this process is going to happen. The idea is phalloplasty and glandsplasty and erectile device. And I am not going to get the pump because you can have the pump without having a scrotoplasty, but it still goes in the same place. It still goes into one of your labia. So I wouldn't want that, because then my junk would be all funky. And like, I'm not doing urethral lengthening because urethral lengthening also is going to put like scar tissue down on your junk. So if you like doing urethral lengthening, there is no way to do that without like altering your original junk, you know? Yeah, there'll just be like a hard bulb in one of them from that point forward. But I'm just gonna get like the semi-rigid rod thing so that it can just... let me show you real quick. If I can find it. Okay, here's a great picture. Oh, well, that's not really a great picture. It's kind of like... See if I can find this video that Gaines posted recently. Okay, I'm just going to pause this because I just want to show you really briefly. Come on, let go. Okay, so just so that you can see really quick, this is the erectile device that pumps, and this part right here in the middle, you can see my mouse, this part right here, that's the ball. So this is like what he's squeezing right now. That's the part that would go in your labia. And then this bag of saline gets put in under the skin in your abdomen. And then usually you only have one cylinder, and that's what actually fills with saline and makes your dick get hard. So I'm just saying it's going to be hard, you know. It's going to be a hard little like ball up in there, and I personally don't want that. But yeah, to each their own. That is not enough. That is not enough leaving my junk the way that it originally was. It's true. That's the part that makes your dick get hard. Big Pussy writes, true. Anyway, yeah, if anybody ever has questions about phalloplasty, it's pretty easy to just make me go on. Yeah, you can have both urethral lengthening and an erectile device. They both take up some space, but you absolutely can. It's pretty standard. Keep in mind, everybody, that these, like, phalloplasty was a surgery that was developed for cis men, okay? So if you ever have a question about, like, oh, is there really enough sexual sensation in it? Ask yourself if, like, don't ask yourself, would there be a surgical goal for a trans man's penis to have sensation? And keep in mind that, like, these surgeries were developed for cis men who lost their dick in war and shit like that, like men who lost their dick in an accident. So yes, of course it's gonna have sexual sensation, because that's a priority for men, because the medical institution prioritizes men's medical needs, like Viagra being covered by insurance, but birth control not being covered by insurance. Okay, think about it. So yes, you can pee standing up. They have sensation. You can have an erection. Yeah. Lorena Bobbitt's husband. Oh yes, true. They might have just reattached his. Yeah, I do like the idea of the lab-grown dicks. Someone said it earlier. Because, like, I mean, you know, ultimately what you'd like to have is, like, the blood flow, you know? That would be cool. But you get to have a shower instead. I know, true wreckage. I know. A more ethical penis, lab-grown. What do you water lab-grown dicks with? I don't know. Liquid porn? Yeah, I'm happy to provide the info and destigmatize gay and play. I really I am not going to censor my existence for you. I'm not capable of doing it. So if my hand hurts and I'm wearing a compression glove, I'm going to tell you that. If my back hurts and I need to stand up, I'm going to tell you my back hurts and I need to stand up. Surgery stuff, you know. Gay Fesh, my dad mentioned showering the other day, but as a joke pronounced it shower. And I'm like, LMAO, you don't know what that means, do you? Bobbitt's husband actually got a penile enhancement at the same time as the attachment. He went into porn briefly shortly after, starring in Frankenpenis. No joke. Jesus. And then I had to explain growers versus showers. Yeah, metoidioplasty was developed for trans men specifically because it uses the grown clitoral material to fashion a penis out of. But so those can grow, but not phalloplasty ones. Is small. It depends on the person, but usually smaller. But there are cis men with micropenises. It's weird that the bobbit worm is literally named after Lorena Bobbitt. I had never heard that, and also I don't know what a bobbit worm is. Oh my gosh. But yeah, sometimes we're just gonna get penis and balls talk on the stream. It just happens occasionally. Oh my god, my eyeball. Google bobbit worm. It'll make perfect sense when you see it. Is it from Labyrinth? Oh god. I don't think I'm willing to show this to you on stream, but you should know that it's horrible and that you should not look it up. At the very minimum, it seems to be an undersea creature who will never come into contact with me. Jesus. Okay. Everything's cool. Gesundheit. Oh my gosh. Your eyeball? True. I identify as big dicked. I want 7 inches. True. You'd never be able to go swimming again, Wreckage. You'd be like, oh, I got my top surgery or whatever. I'm making a joke. Run with it. You'd be like, oh, I got my top surgery. I can finally go swimming and or go to the beach, just hang out at the beach, but I can't now because of my enormous 7-inch dong. So sad. Max says, OMG, I googled it and now I want to own one, but I'm weird about disgusting underwater creatures. I've been thinking about getting a water dog, but I also don't want to spend any money, so I probably won't. The bobbit worm, oh my god, I did not know that this worm that I was looking at was 2 to 4 feet long. No, that's awful. You'd be able to use your big-ass cock as a life preserver in the event of a sinking. True. I am not going to Google tongue louse. I would never do that. Can you imagine if somebody got a penis replacement and they got a horse penis? Even, where would it go? It would have to, it does, suck back up in to an extent, right? Where would that go? Yeah, the technology exists for functional penile transplants, but only by a handful of specialized surgeons. Keep in mind, everybody, that if the penis is not grown with your own body's cells, you have to be on immune suppressants the rest of your life. That is another reason why, to some degree, I think that it would be, because some research I've seen and some experimentation that I've seen indicates that we can basically provide an organ scaffolding and then basically nudge some stem cells to start growing. And so you could have an organ transplant, you could have a liver transplant that is grown from your own stem cells, your own body, so that when you get it implanted, your body doesn't spend the rest of your life trying to attack and remove it, which is what tends to happen when you get an organ transplant from another person, because it's not from your own body and your body wants to attack it and you have to stay on immunosuppressant drugs. If you could grow your own dick on a scaffold and then not have to be on immune suppressants, we live in the world of COVID. Fuck being on immune suppressants. I am even dodgy about taking allergy medication, and I know that that's different. Uterine transplants, total of 5 ever performed successfully worldwide. Yeah. I want a tentacle ween. True. I have a dragon one. I have a dragon ween. That's probably not a surprise to anybody here. I know that Bad Dragon is not a good website to buy from. I bought these things a while ago. Hi, baby. Hey, Shug. You want to come say hello? It's Lucy. It's Lucy. Even comb your own babies. True. I'm really late on changing the titles of the streams, TBH. I gotta get better at that. Hello, Lucy. Hello, baby. Oh, will you let go? I want to show you to the people. Oh my god, the claws. Him, baby. Yes. Oh. He is my friend. Petting and purring ASMR. Has Bad Dragon fallen down the shitter? I've heard that they're not good to their employees and that fulfillment sometimes is really fucky for some people. I've personally never had an issue with fulfillment. And I've bought from them like 3 separate times, but I also usually buy adopts. So maybe it's something about having them fabricated that's different. I mean, I bought my most recent one during COVID, and like they were like, oh, we are only opening up manufacturing for a brief period of time. So I got it pretty quickly because they were like, oh, we're only taking like a certain number of orders and then we're going to ship them out, and then we're not accepting new orders for a bit. So I got mine in a pretty timely fashion with that, all things considered. Gameplay. Yeah, whenever people are buying niche toys or gear, I tend to point them towards queer custom makers who will do an infinitely better job. I've started following, like, some toy makers on Twitter and stuff. But I'm also, like, at this point where I just, like, I'm realizing that I don't trust anyone or anything, and I'm like, I have the tools at my disposal to make molds. Like, I have 3D printers, so I can make molds and then buy my own body-safe silicone. But that would be a lot of work. Realistically, I would never masturbate again. That's not true. My printer is currently out of commission and in need of I just need to clean the nozzle. I'm just afraid of fucking something up irrationally. I have a TiVo Tarantula Pro, and I have printed all kinds of stuff, but I usually only print stuff that's like practical and I need it. The reason that I want to get it working right now is because I want to print horns. I was gonna get a custom Kona the Dolphin in the largest size, and it would have taken months to get to me. That sounds like a really long time to wait. Oh yeah, true. Unless I can draw something that someone else can fabricate, Bad Dragon is the only place I know that has the diversity of choice. There are a lot of different options. Someday they'll be able to make wiggling tentaweens. Species euphoria. There was like a really old ContraPoints video that she might have deleted. It might be among the ones that she deleted from like before she transitioned, but she's like going to see a doctor, and like there's a cut down to her crotch, and that she literally put like a dead octopus in her crotch for the shot. I love Doe's horns. It is so adorably cute. I like Doe's horns. These ones were purchased for me off of my Amazon wish list recently, but I took them off of the string, so I need to fix that at some point. And also, like, decide which way I'm going to wear them. There's this way. This is a way, right? And then this is another way. Right? And then there's this way. Wait, where's... Yeah, it's like this. Which I think is kind of cool, but I don't know if I love it. And then the other way, like this. I don't know. We like this? Ah! Can't get them on my head evenly. They're just so upright. Like, if they were more like this, I would be more into it. But they're so upright. Because that's where the holes are. But, I don't know. Anyway, I wanted to print different types of horns. Put it to a poll. I don't know how to do voting on the DGGs and the VGGs. I don't know how to do it on the white leafs. I know, I'm so horny. It's funny that you make that joke now, but not earlier. But I don't know what you do after that. It's like /vote, but then how do you do the choices? I have no idea. One of my friends is a teledildonicist, and she makes cool sex tech all the time as homebrew projects. Gay and Play, have you ever heard of... Well, maybe that is what you guys are talking about. Maybe I just missed it. There was, a long time ago, someone was trying to develop a dildo that was like, when you touch it, it would have like a corresponding vibration at the base, so that different types of touch and sensation would translate to different types and intensities of vibration at the base. But that sounds like the kind of thing. I almost said something about you enabling horny chat when you made that bean comment earlier. Well, that was what it was intended for. I need to message EB Purpleback about the emotes. Because we do have Sleppy and Wiggles now, but that's not the same as having our own Pebis. We need our own Pebis. Pepe Sylvia. True. Sleppy, slep. They're just going to be dragon Pepes. Although I guess they're not going to have wings, really, so they could be either kobolds or Durgs. The Nogasm is a butt plug / vibrator that is controlled by software specifically designed to detect when you are on the edge of orgasm and edge you with absolute precision. That sounds like torture. Even people I know who are into edging think that it is an evil Satan device, which I love. True. Everybody wants this evil toy, apparently. Well, I'm happy for all of you. Well, since we've been just chatting for like 3 hours, do we think a little bit of Ori? We can keep talking, but just like to have something entertaining going on. Someday I'll have to eat food, but chat always gets horny toward the end of the stream. It's true. If you can edge in public, it's so worth it. Oh, man. I really just don't think that there is actually any such thing as a vibrator that's quiet enough to use in public unless you are at a place that is, like, real loud. Like, if you sit on a bench, like, you can't. I don't think that there's actually very many practical ways of doing this that, you just gotta be careful, you know? You gotta be careful. Anal plugs are quieted by the cheeks. Well, that's true. I was thinking, you need to have something to catch the vibration. Just say it's your phone. Yeah, just my phone is going off and I'm just not gonna answer it. Could potentially work, I guess. I closed Steam earlier. Oh man, my phone won't stop vibrating. Hush plugs are pretty quiet if you don't push them to max power, but they have shitty QC. Personally, never tried to do that in public. Oh God, I know an emergency room nurse who is one of my smoking buddies who told me about someone with a toy stuck all the way up there, you know where. He talked about the x-rays. Yikes. Wiggles. Hope he enjoyed the fisting. True. Yeah, the thought of doing that in public is kind of mortifying with anxiety, like social anxiety. Oh yeah, I'm sure every late night ER doc has a story about shit they find in people's butts. A block of dried cement? Oh my God. Flared based... What the fuck? I cannot read what that says. Oh, flared based people. Okay, there's just 3 L's and that really fucked me up. I was like, I was like, pedophile. Nope, that's not what? Pedophile? What? Okay, Ori, will you open, please? Excuse me. Sir, will you open, please? Thank you. Typing with baby is hard. True. The only noises would be rage noises. Yeah. I think that would give me palpitations. If I, like, kept getting right up to the edge and then was denied, I think that would give me heart palpitations. Oh my God, I love that. Gayfesh, there's a great scene from Scrubs where Dr. Cox is looking at an x-ray and goes, I don't know what to tell you. Either he's got a light bulb up his butt or his colon has a really great idea. I love Dr. Cox. That show was quite good. Okay, we're back here. I know, Scrubs was so good. Oh, bye, Wreckage. Yeah, you should play this game. It's so good. Okay, where are we? Oh, yes, we just dropped down here. We got done with the Misty Woods. And we were gonna drop down here. In the Valley of the Wind. Or at least try to make our way over there. However the fuck we're supposed to get over there. My colon has lots of great ideas, so I don't even know what people are laughing about. I know. I watched 2 episodes of the final season and was like, well, this is a spinoff that I won't be watching. Season 8 was the proper finale. Yes, I agree. Scrubs being funny and then punching you in the face. Like, where do you think we are? So much of my music... in my files of music is from Scrubs. God damn it. Oh, shitballs. Okay, no wonder I quit playing the game at the end of the last one. That's pretty irritating. God Christing damn it. How am I supposed to navigate 3 of these bitches? I don't actually know if it's possible. Okay. Okay, that was a little bit better. Jiminy Christmas. Oh, no, should not have jumped down here. That was not... I was not ready yet. Okay. Worst part of Scrubs is it was made before streaming was default, so a lot of the songs were replaced in streaming. Oh, that sucks. So if you want to watch it with, like, the correct emotional tone, you would have to, like, you would have to, like, figure out a way to get the original. Wow. Seriously, so much of my music file came from that show. Like, human? We're only human. Always fighting what we're feeling. Hurt instead of healing. That was a song that was, on there. Wow, this part of the game sucks balls, dude. After all, we're only human. Is there any other reason why we stay instead of leaving after all? Pirate, true. I actually think that, I have them somewhere from a long time ago. Yo ho, a pirate's life for me. Overkill still gets me? I don't know if I remember what Overkill... Or are you just... Is that an episode title? Overkill? Appreciate the sex positive vibe here. Yes, I love the sex positive vibe. And thank you for the voice compliments, everybody. I remember the episode where it was like, broken heart syndrome, like Takotsubo cardiomyopathy. I'll remember that for the rest of my life, because I was such a fucking weeb back then. Oh, nope, oops. Okay, where am I? I guess this is the correct place to go. Ah! I have to say, like, you know, everybody, I'm so glad that you all thought that the audio quality was fine on the blue snowball before. But I was editing earlier, and so my patron thank yous, I post, or like, I record, what is happening? Why is that one wiggling? I record once at the beginning of the month, my patron thank you, and then I use that same recording for the rest of the videos in the month, right? So I recorded earlier in the month, my thank you outro, but the video that I'm about to post is from a recent stream about H3H3, and the audio quality is just dramatic between this one and then, like, the previous recording. Yeah, More Than a Feeling you would have to keep in because of the airband. The season 2 opener where he's the guitarist ends up being a cadaver still playing the guitar. I do remember that episode, but I can't remember the song. I just, like, I can't hear it. I never watched Scrubs, but I did watch basically most of House as it aired when I was younger, and that show can still get me right in the gut. I didn't watch House very much. One of my buddies was really into it, but I was not. I feel like I'm just kind of skipping a lot of things right now. Which is, like, not a bad thing, per se. Okay, that guy was not as strong. Oh, now I'm over here. Wait, what? Do I need to go back to the... I gotta go back to the left? What? Okay. Oh, shit. Oh, I didn't realize that there was a spike there. Whoops. I'm gonna backtrack a little bit. I'm gonna backtrack a wee bit. Yeah, no, I know what House is. One of my buddies was into it, and, like, we watched a couple episodes, but, I just never, like, got into it. I got annoyed when they established 13 as bisexual in-house, but the only time we saw her date a woman was portrayed as a downward spiral after she learned about Huntington's... She learned she had Huntington's disease. Goodness. Still get whiplash when I hear the occasional trans slur in an episode. Yeah, no, it hasn't aged amazingly. I enjoyed it back at the time. Mm-hmm. Okay, there is something up there that I can get, but we'll do that later. This just opened that. Okay, perfect. I love the janitor, too. Janitor. Okay, there's a spiky that I almost just stepped on a second time. Okay. Now I got mana. Jan Etor. Yeah. He is a static character. One of the best examples of a static character. He changes not one whit through that entire show. People sometimes ask like, oh, can you do karaoke streams? The answer is, I don't know. How do I get up there? I don't think that's anything I can get yet. There is one particularly bad episode where House openly mocks an intersex person raised as a girl in front of the entire floor as a man, and that kind of stuff just did not age well. True. There's also an episode where there's an asexual person, but he's asexual because of a, like, medical problem that gets cured. Okay, where are we going? We're descending even further. Oh, I need you. I need you over here. Thank you. I actually wanted to save. I keep switching those buttons. Oh, can I get him to come down again? Hey. Can you... Are you able to hit the other one? Oh no, I can't get him to go up there. Wait, can I bounce off of him and get him to hit the wall that way? I bet that would be cool. Can we bounce? Spent 3 fucking hours bouncing on my boy's dick. I can. Nice, I did it. Oh, nope, shit, fuck. Okay, I made it. Now I'm gonna save again. Yeah, it's interesting how Star Trek and other shows from the 80s seemed way more progressive with positive attitudes than shows from the 2000s. And then even then, like, you watch movies from the 90s and you're like, wow, this is, like, strangely feminist for how old it is, you know? Compared to now. I vaguely remember that episode, and I think the conclusion might have been that the guy's asexuality was cured, but he decided not to keep taking those meds anyway because he preferred being that way. I can't remember, yeah, how it ends. There's an episode where a brother and sister are in a relationship because neither of them know their brother and sister because of some craziness involving genetics and their parents' interracial relationship. That's weird. Yeah, we like Big Money Salvia here. You know he has a song called Suck My Girlfriend's Dick? It's amazing. He doesn't want the meds because he's worried his girlfriend will leave him, but then she's not asexual, but just pretending for his sake. Ooh, rough. Silence of the Lambs, a movie I used to like but now hate with passion. One of the most transphobic films ever made, in my opinion. True. Definitely a weird one. Mapstone. Can't mention Big Money Salvia without mentioning Hot Dad. I don't know, like, Hot Dad might be one of the references that I don't think of very readily. I'm not sure if I even know what that's referencing. I'm a very forgetful person. Yeah, currently watching original Star Trek gives me whiplash from jumping between being very progressive and very sexist slash of its time. I actively sing Fel and Noel in voice chat just to annoy my friends. I definitely haven't, like, watched all of his stuff. But I like him when I do get into the mood to watch a bunch of it. To be fair, there's a direct line in Silence where they say Buffalo Bill isn't actually a transsexual, but I don't know what that does for a living. Yeah, it's really annoying that, like, Billy's not a real transsexual. Like, you know, it's, I don't know, I think it ultimately just reinforces the idea that some person can discern which one you are, you know? Are you real trans or not? Final series of TOS was a woman hijacked Kirk's body because women weren't allowed to be starship captains. True. Oh, Hot Dad is a parody musician who wrote Big Money Salvia. Okay, and a bunch of other tracks. That makes sense. I never bothered to check. Big Money Salvia, Salvia. Big Money Salvia. What a thing to use one's singing voice for. I kind of like that, though. I like the idea of having a very, very beautiful singing voice and only using it to sing stupid garbage. Like, I love the idea of, like, wasting a gift like that. Which I'm saying because other people would view it that way, not because I actually think it would be wasting a gift in any manner. But it just amuses me. Oh, shitballs. Okay, didn't want that. Didn't want that. Ice. Nope. Please leave me alone. Does Weird Al have, like, a beautiful voice? Is that what we would say? The original pilot of TOS had a woman captain. I bet that would never have aired. Does Stephen Lynch have a beautiful voice? I mean, like... not a beautiful voice, but he does have the ability to circularly breathe. Are you serious? That makes so much more sense now. One thing that my partner really likes to do is try to sing all of the, like, rap part from the Hardware Store. Like, just random words from that are just emerging into my head. All in one breath. And, like, my partner can do it all in one breath, but can't circularly breathe. But it makes sense why Weird Al can do it. Yeah, exactly, Baphomet. They've got, like, Allen wrenches. I don't know, like, Allen wrenches, something. Electric heaters. Yeah. Trash compactors, automatic circumcisers. Hardware store for bottoms. I do like Stephen Lynch, though. Whoever mentioned Stephen Lynch. How about, bitch, give me my money. I want my money and I want it fast. Hey, bitch, give me my money. Else I'm about to take it out your ass. Yes, I like Stephen Lynch. Listen, I used to not be able to listen to any music but comedy music, so I got Stephen Lynch, I got Tim Minchin, I got Bo Burnham all on deck pretty much at any point. NSP, true. Ninja Sex Party, Spider. I saw Ninja Sex Party in concert. So good. Stephen Lynch had some funny songs, but I worry about going back to listen to his songs and going, this aged poorly. Oh yeah, no, that happens. Of course Starbomb. Of course Starbomb. I said Stephen Lynch, and I love you so much for knowing him and liking him. I got so much shit for liking him, I stopped listening to him. Oh, gosh. He's definitely, like, problematic, but... Yes, Ugly Baby is a Stephen Lynch song. Damn, that's an ugly baby. God damn, that's an ugly-ass baby. Absolutely. Yeah, I think Gayfesh, you've mentioned that you saw Epic Rap Battles in concert. That sounds like it could have been fun. I just feel like they do so many collabs that their available repertoire for a concert would be pretty limited. Yeah, Ninja Sex Party was good in concert. I haven't seen Starbomb in concert, but yeah, I'm big on comedy music because like, music is highly emotionally evocative, and I find it rather difficult to deal with sometimes, so I just try to avoid it. Or there was a period of time where I tried to avoid it. It's better now. Nope. Get fucked. Okay, how do I do this? Ah! Oh no, shoot. Hit the wrong button. Where am I? Not too far. I was embarrassingly into Voltaire for a while. Voltaire, the only song I know from Voltaire is the Vampire Club one. Oh, that's cool, Gayfesh, that they would bring up audience members to do certain rap battles. That's pretty neat. It's, you know, it's interesting. I'm like, oh no, not like Stephen Lynch. He doesn't have a good singing voice, but like, actually, like, it's not like he has a beautiful voice, but he does have, I don't know, it always requires skill to be able to like hit the notes correctly and stuff. And if the audience member started to flounder, they'd be behind them reciting the lines. That's cool. You have to remind yourself at least you're not into crabcore. I don't even know what crabcore is. I should probably be grateful. Ooh, I need to get up there. That's what I need. I want up there. I need to get up there. Come here. Hey. Get over here. Get over here! Made it. I don't even know if I was supposed to be able to do that with him. I liked when ERB got Watsky on as Edgar Allan Poe and Shakespeare. Watsky did them in period-appropriate speech. His first verse was in iambic pentameter. Oh, I'd have never listened to that one. I do know who Watsky is, but only because of my partner. And I've only heard one Watsky song, really. It's a very specific rap. That was when Watsky did Shakespeare, not Poe. I see. I wish I could save after having opened that door. Okay, well. At least I got through there. That is all better than nothing. Okay. I really would like some mana. Do I need to, like, kill a bitch to get some mana? Okay, I can't kill that in any way that matters, apparently. Okay, let's see what we can find. Oh, that's some health, but it's down at the bottom of that, so I cannot access it anymore. Someone mentioned Watsky, and that's got me thinking about a totally different other rapper guy that my partner also listens to. What is he called? I can't remember who he is called. Rip. I don't have any mana. There is, a thing under there, but I don't think I can go in the water without getting hurt. I feel like I can't go in the water without getting hurt. Okay. I can't wait until I get to watch more Great British Baking Show later, y'all. I'm so excited. Well, I finally got some mana. Okay, now I can save. Yes, I did it. One of my favorite guest rappers on ERB is Jack Sherwin. I remember watching the music video for First Date by NSP and feeling extremely called out because I once took a girl to break windows for a first date. That's pretty good. I can't... First Date is a really old one. I don't know that one super well. Welcome to my parents' house. I need to drink water if I'm gonna be singing. Delicious. I guess, yeah, Ninja Sex Party does kind of represent more of what I was meaning. Like, I do think Danny has, like, a beautiful voice, and he uses it only for evil. Once lush and green, now covered in ice. Those who didn't escape paid with their lives. I think this ice block is supposed to be somebody got frozed there. Oh, it was just supposed to trigger while I was in the ice for the visual effect of seeming like I was trapped in ice. That's pretty cute. I have the Gumon seal. We open. I made your dog bark? How dare you say such a thing, unsure Auklet? Okay, is that pretty much it? Like, there wasn't really a whole lot else for me to get in this area. 70%. Is that also considered part of the Valley of the Wind? This part? I guess so. Let's see what's in here. Sen? The Forlorn Ruins. Here, is there a way for me to... I don't know, what if I do... How does Sen sound? Does Sen sound like a robot? The Forlorn Ruins! Here's where the Gumon live. They build miraculous structures and infuse them with the light of the spirit tree, which keeps them safe. Okay, now we're done with that. Oh no. These Gumon were frozen, unable to escape. When the element of wind lost its light, these ruins must have turned into their grave, unforge. Okay, now we're doing Gumon shit. Okay, there is a very strong breeze. It doesn't really... Oh, wait. Oh, these are hot. I see. Oh, they're hot. I see. What is this? The Gumon were crafty inventors. They had foreseen a bright future that never came. Look at this light vessel. They were able to store the light of the spirit tree within. Oh, is this... Oh, God. It's not very contained right now. Is this for me? Is that for me? Pick RT to pick up objects. Okay. Oh, will this let me stand on the hot places? I can stand on hot places now. Excellent. Welcome to my parents' house. I don't actually know most of the words to that one. My partner just likes to listen to it a lot. Tell you one Ninja Sex Party song that I listened to way too much was, oh, why am I able to walk on the surfaces? That's trippy, and I forgot that I could do that. Now tonight, I wonder who you're slamming hard tonight. Oh, shit, I can't double jump. Interesting. Okay, we're gonna do this again. Various suit acquired, true. Tonight, I'm missing you like crazy tonight. Sitting here just thinking about why I'm alone without you next to me tonight. Whose hog are you snarfing on tonight? That one cracks me up. Ooh, okay. Here's a place. Can you let me down? Okay. Technically, I have an ability that I should assign, but eh. Okay, this is gonna be weird. Whee! Oh no, I should drop it. Oh, I should have dropped it. Oh no. That was not good. It was not a good combo. Oh my god. Ooh. I have to save after I do it this time. It's very fucking annoying. Okay, thanks. Oh my gosh, I hungry. I hungry. I guess the thing is gonna fly toward me, so... What if I just ignore it? Ah, yes, it will continue to follow me. Good stuff. So I don't actually have to be hampered by it for the most part. It's not like I'll lose it if I just don't pick it up. Oh, shit. God damn. It's like really hard to see in these, levels that are all icy and shit. I had a girlfriend who once took me to a pork barbecue, not realizing I'm Jewish. They had chicken as an option and it all worked out okay. No! Nope. Ah! Okay. Okay, now what do I do? That worked. Nice. Well done. Okay. I feel like that was just so smooth. Like, that was so good of a win. Flying through there, and like, now I'm saved here, that I'm just gonna stop now. Sometimes you just want to stop on a good note. Stop while you're ahead. It's fine. Perfect. That was perfect. People are always considerably less interested in the gaming part. Totally fine. We made a little bit of progress. I like playing a game that I enjoy playing, and then I don't get upset about it, you know? Hello, Connor. Flying away on honeymoon tomorrow. Very nice. Getting squiffy on champagne. Well, I hope that you have a wonderful time getting squiffy on champagne. And I hope that you have a wonderful honeymoon. I hope that it is everything that you imagined it to be. Congratulations on getting married, yo. And thanks for stopping by to say hi. Oh, gosh. Gorsh. Goodness gracious. Did anyone have any stuff that they wanted to cover or talk about or look at today? The worst date I ever had ended with my father and my date getting into a shouting argument. Oh my God. That sounds wild. I haven't been on a date, like I haven't been on a first date in a long time. Frankly, I haven't been on a date in a long time either, but you know, sometimes when you're married. Hey, no worries, Connor. Have a good night. Haven't been on a first date in 8 years. Yeah. Like, I don't actually know. Yeah, no, I guess it was like 2015 or 2016, something like that. I haven't been on a date. Are you a really young one, Spider? I recently watched Casablanca for the first time, and when you asked if we have anything we want to look at, all I could think was, here's looking at you, kid. True. Hey, Luce. Hi, baby. Hi. Lucy wants to love. I haven't seen Casablanca. Are you a romantic, Spider? Oh, I see. I see. Mostly joking. Oh my God, Lucy. Okay, stop with the claws in my chest, bro. Here. Okay. There. Now we're good. Now we're good. Not just socially anxious. I see. Captain Renault has not aged well. It's a really old one and has a lot of the pop culture lines. Yes, I've heard this. He's so grumpy. He just always looks so grumpy. But he's purring. Lucy. He seems like he's breathing a lot better. If it still seems like the bellows of his belly are really going on Wednesday, I'll probably have to call the vet again and see about the x-rays, but he has resting bitch face. It's true, he does. He's resting bitch face. Hi, my baby. He looks happy to me. He looks like he's getting better. He is. As far as I can tell. He constantly wants attention, so he can't be doing that bad, right? Yes. Yes. He and baby. He keeps, like, wanting my attention. So, sometimes this is what I do to disincentivize him asking for my attention, is, like, I give him way too much attention. And then I'm like, who's laughing now, sir? Who's laughing now? He just looks so defeated. Look at him. He just looks like, this is my life now. He's like resting his head on my hand. Like, okay. Oh, poor baby. Isn't it so sad? Oh, isn't it so sad? No, I know that cats don't learn from negative reinforcement. Not at all. Not at all. Yes. Okay, now down. My arm is starting to hurt. Okay. That's a good baby. Yeah, if you don't know that about cats, they literally are not capable of learning from negative reinforcement. So, like, if you try to, spray bottle the cat when it's on the kitchen counters, it's not going to learn anything about the kitchen counters. It's just going to learn that the spray bottle means they're about to get sprayed, you know? What you have to do, if the cat is on the counter, is you have to place it somewhere else and then pet it for being somewhere else, which feels like the wrong thing to do. Like, what you want is to, like, punish them and lash out a bit, you know? But that would not work. You have to put him in a place where you want him to be, and then give him love and affection in the place where he should be. I yell at my cat every time he fucks my pillow, and he keeps fucking my pillow. He stops when I yell at him, but if I don't notice he's fucking my pillow, he just goes to town. That's awful. I'm assuming that your cat is fixed, too, so this is just like... Why? It's like, and the pillow has got to be one of the things in the house that smells most like you. Like, why is the cat trying to fuck your face? That is just a terrifying prospect. This cat is, like, motivated. Castration doesn't eliminate sex drive. That's interesting. I guess I don't, yeah, I've never really, like, thought about it very much, or know very much about it. Sometimes Deegan the Mighty would try to hump Lucy. He didn't really, like, do much movement, but he would, like, you know, hold the back of his neck, you know? We just assume it should and act like it does, but it just doesn't work that way. I see. That makes sense. I've sometimes kind of wondered if Lucy is a little bit asexual, because sometimes he just does not care about catnip. Sometimes he's into it. Sometimes it seems like he does not care very much, though. And I say that, like, those are relevant, like, they're connected because catnip activates the sexual part of their brain, which is why kittens also don't care about catnip. Kittens don't really care about catnip very much. Some cats just don't like catnip. I raise you, those cats are asexual. I thought about buying some recently, but I really don't want to encourage them to chew on any plants, because there are plants in here that they shouldn't be chewing on. I knew someone who owned a prize-winning champion cat that would not have sex with other cats, refused to procreate. Like, all the incentive in the world, not fixed, no desire. A prize-winning champion cat. I guess I'd never really considered that there are, like, cat shows before. Like, dog shows kind of make sense, you know? I have a friend who has unfixed cats, but whenever the female goes into heat, they just do not know how to fuck. Oh my god, that's hilarious. I mean, it's hilarious until you have, like, kittens suddenly, you know? A kitten from that cat would have easily been worth $1,000, but the cat got sold for $40. Oh, that's rough. Like, no matter how many shows this cat can win, it cannot produce other cats. We had talked about getting a Savannah cat before. We were like, oh, when our current batch of cats all passes away, that would be the appropriate time to get a Savannah cat, because they're a cross between a serval and a domestic cat. So these cats weigh like 30 to 40 pounds. And if you want one that's unfixed, it's like $10,000 versus like a couple $1,000s for one that's been spayed or neutered, because they don't want you breeding them. They are cool. I don't actually know how affectionate they are, though, and I kind of feel like the point of a cat is largely that it's affectionate. Mostly when I see videos of Savannah cats, I know I've seen the twimpst. I must twimpst around to see for myself. Mostly when I see videos of them, they're like angry, or like growling. They're hungry. Like, you know, they're like dogs. Okay, they're very affectionate. That's good to know. Yeah, as big as a child. Yo, y'all, you know how in Avatar: The Last Airbender, they have all these different animals. Like almost every animal in Avatar: The Last Airbender is like a combo animal. So like turtle ducks, they're ducks with turtle shells. There's an episode where Momo, the little rabbit lemur, I think is what he is like trying to find Appa, the sky bison, and ends up being chased by a pack of cats. Yeah, it's a bear, Gayfesh. It's the Earth King's bear. Badger moles are my favorite, so squishy. But there is a pack of like small panthers that chase Momo around, and like it would be a capital P fucking problem if stray cats were 40 pounds. Like imagine in your mind, you know, you like think back to like Oliver and Company, you know, that movie. I got school. Like packs of wild dogs in cities are a thing that currently exist in the world. Packs of dogs. They can be an issue, right? Imagine packs of cats the size of dogs. That's an existence that's in Avatar: The Last Airbender. That would be a capital P fucking problem. Badger, 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 mushroom, mushroom. Bobcats average 21 pounds and they're dangerous. 40 pounds is scary for a cat, for a pack of street cats roaming, attacking people. Like, oh my God. What about that dog Cora has that's much bigger than her? It's a polar bear dog. Yeah. But Google says 12 to 25 pounds for a Savannah cat. Okay, maybe they're smaller than I thought that they were. But the cats in Avatar: The Last Airbender are still quite large. Like, just like that would be an issue. Stray polar bear doggies, true. Yes, the Savannah cats are long. Wild and domestic crossbreeding is bad. I don't know a lot about it. Once had a bobcat domestic cat hybrid, gave them to a relative as barn cats. They were beautiful, but mean. I bet they were mean. Probably really good barn cats, yeah. Way less susceptible to a lot of the types of death that most barn cats are susceptible to. With their cute little tails. Hello, Blue Spectra. Welcome. Bobcats are shy and don't like people. Unsurprising. But they are so floofy. They're so floofy. What is that? Some ancient Greeks thought leopards were mixed creatures, half lion, Leo, and half whatever pard is. They thought leopards were mythological creatures. Interesting. Lynxes are so floofy. They have such big paws. Lynxes are the ones with the crazy big ears tassels, right? Oh my gosh, they're so cute. I don't really need this glove on anymore. Oh my gosh, that sounds terrifying. Oh, lynxes are bobcats. Okay. They are a lynx species. That makes sense. That makes sense. Camelopard. Yes, kitties are good. I don't know about, hybridizing domestic animals and stuff. Like, I don't know actually if they're, like, what the process is like, or if it's good for them genetically. Camelopard equals giraffe plus camel plus leopard. Canada lynx, Iberian lynx, Eurasian lynx, and bobcat. Okay, the bobcat is like the North American bobcat, I guess. Dogs plus wolves is really bad? Oh, I didn't know that. You mean like wolves will eat the wolf dogs? That's terrifying. I mean, it's like not like there's anything wrong with the process of it, but just that wolves will eat the dog they're supposed to mate with. Wow. I wonder both directions? Probably both directions. Wolves are huge and scary. It's true. You don't want to fuck with wolves. Can you imagine how terrifying it would have been the first time wolves were like, "Hello, people. We would like to eat some of your food. Can you give us some scraps, please?" And the people were like... And then they threw them some offal in the hopes that they would go the fuck away. I can't imagine how we domesticated wolves. I know, like, how? They're like 4 feet tall at the shoulder or some crazy bullshit like that, you know? Like... Probably the thing that happened is a human killed a wolf mother and kept the puppies. True. True, that's a good point. Oh, how far the noble wolf has fallen. Cats make sense because the domestic cat is barely changed from the African wild cat. They were just like, oh, you have grain silos with mice. I eat those. True. Did you guys know that the African wild cat is the most deadly cat in the world? The most deadly cat in the world, African wildcat, might even be one of the more deadly animals in the world. And not deadly to humans. Deadly in this case means the percentage of attempted kills to successful kills. The African wildcat has the highest success rate. Yes. Technically, in some instances, you could say that that's the most deadly. Yes, about 80 to 90% success rate. It's really crazy high. Other deadly animals getting ratioed. True. I love how this is like 2 streams in the span of like a week where we've gone off and just started talking about like ecology and like animals and stuff. Very good. Wolves, oh my gosh, what, Lucy? Wolves are effective predators, but rarely actually vicious towards humans so long as they're unprovoked. That makes sense. It is wild looking at an African wildcat and going, yeah, that looks identical to my little baby. I know. I followed this cat rescue place because this guy was like really friendly with the cheetahs. He was like helping and volunteering with the cheetahs. And they also have African wildcats at this cat sanctuary. And you can look at a picture of an African wildcat and think, yeah, that's a cat. But you see them behave like a person comes near the cage and they are wild. Like they are not friendly. What do you want, Luce? I know, animals are so good. African wildcats look exactly how I would imagine an ancient Egyptian cat. I mean, that makes sense. They are both from the same place, roughly. Baby animals are generally a lot more sociable, and a lot of what we were doing with dogs was neotenizing, having them keep traits while they were a baby into adulthood, a lot of their traits. Oh, barking and floppy ears are things only baby wolves do? Yeah, so part of it is like, we want them to maintain their cuteness of being a baby. That makes sense. You are staring, sir. It's so inappropriate. You're making me uncomfortable. He's like, can I jump up there, though? Yes, cats kneading with their paws is also a thing like that. The concept of cats as non-social animals comes from the European wildcat, which is far more solitary. African wildcats are more likely to live in colonies like feral domestic cats do. Yeah, it's like most domestic cats are descended from African wildcats and not the European wildcat, right? Human babies need to. They got their sharp little nails. Lucy definitely, like, meows a lot. We kind of encourage it without meaning to necessarily. Lucy. After the first time, there's just no novelty to you being up here, you know? Brave were the humans who befriended the first fearsome cave rabbit. Out, loose, 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 loose. You hurt me with your claws. You have them, okay? Will you just... Okay? It's less of a cuteness thing and more that domestication often leads to neotenizing in general, just because the main thing we're doing is trying to make them more sociable friendly. That's true. The holy hand grenade. Lucy. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, no. I got it. As soon as you said cave rabbit after the holy hand grenade, I got it. Sorry. I can't believe you're letting me bite you right now. Normally he gets really, really, really angry with me for doing that. I've been doing this to his ears lately. I'm like... Do not boat the catus. It is not for consumption. It's not really that he's well behaved. He's just tired of my shit. He's like, can I just be in your lap? Look at him. He's looking down. He's like, can I just get in your lap and lay there? He's like, when will you let me lay in your lap? Yes, piebaldism does seem to come with domestication genetically. Also, interestingly enough, the curling tail, like when the tail curls upward, that is also just a like genetic side effect of domestication. Foxes, when foxes are being bred for domestication, start to get their tail curling upward. Really? How are you just not reacting at all? Do I need to upset you more? Come here. You let go. Let go. Come here. Lucy, let go of me. I know. Well, you're being annoying to me, so I am also going to be annoying to you. He's like, no! Let's see if we can get that again. Don't scratch my face. Yeah, are you gonna growl? You gonna growl? He's like, I am gonna stab you. Are you baby? No, if I bite his belly again, he's gonna rake my face with his back claw. That's the problem with kitten bellies, they're so eatable. I know. Okay, come here. Hey. Well, let go. I have no respect for his boundaries. Since I mentioned neoteny, humans are also neotenic. Our jaw's skull structure are basically just what's seen before maturity in apes where their jaws bulk up a lot. That's interesting. We domesticated ourselves and neotenized ourselves. It's truly terrible there are no domestic possums. Piebaldism happens in Waardenburg syndrome as well. Yeah, like, well, they'll have the shock of white hair. Yeah, opossums only live 4 years. At one point, I was like, it would be cool to have a pet octopus, but octopi only live like 5 years. And you have to have crazy specialized equipment to keep them from getting out. Similar to lab-grown meat, we could probably also replace fur farms for real fur. We could even grow it seamlessly in the shape of coats, etc., and in weird colors, or change the characteristics of the fur. That would be really cool. I know some people in the USA care for wild possums and can even keep them at home, but it's an impossibility in Europe. I know. I was just telling my partner, like, I forget sometimes that possums are, like, local to here. So, like, I'm like, oh, I see them everywhere, but not so in other places. True also of fireflies, I guess. Like, fireflies do not exist in, like, a lot of places, so... Possums are crazy because they're marsupials not from Australia. I know. Parrots are scary on the other end of the spectrum, though. 80-year-old pets, I know. I can't. That's, like, too long. Like, a cat or dog living for somewhere between 10 and 20 years is, like, a good amount of time. You'll have, like, 3 solid chunks of time where you have, like, an animal that you're a fan of, like, you're a friend with, you know? Like possums, octopuses, rats, too short of a time for getting that attached to an animal. For a mammal, if you're gonna have a mammal, too short of a time for that level of bonding. We bond really easily with other mammals. Birds, 80 years, way too long. Too long. Lightning bugs will always make me think of my childhood. I love lightning bugs. I still, like, it's still one of my favorite things in the early summer when they start to come out. Parrots are even called the heirloom pet. People put them in their wills, etc. Yeah, I have seen that happen where, like, someone dies and then they have to, like, rehome the bird. I just feel like you shouldn't feel confident that your pet is going to outlive you. I love guinea pigs, but their lives are so short. Yeah, tortoises living a really long time. Yeah, at age 45, if your pet bird recently passed away, it's probably a good idea not to get another one. True, too. I would never have a parrot as a pet. You're signing up to take care of a toddler for the rest of your life. Oh my gosh, thank you, Alexis, for the $5 dono. Just popping in, but I love the nature talk. Thank you. I enjoy having these conversations. My sister-in-law has a parrot, and we lived with her for like a year, so I know what it's like to live with a parrot, and it sucks. Like, do you love being woken up at 6 a.m. because the bird didn't get covered, you know? Like, God. Toddlers with bolt cutter faces, true. She did bite me one time. She didn't really mean it, or she would have drawn blood, but she did bite me one time. Oh my god, that's brilliant, Rockin' Cherry. Gonna teach my pet to be rude to my human heir that I hate, but have all the money go to the parrot. Boom. Family comedy movie concept. True. I think a pet monkey is not good either. Yeah, a pet monkey seems like it would be really tricky to do that in an ethical manner. Just got the notification that Jess from TGT is going to be streaming with Xena later. Got a little wee bit of a notification from Discord about that. Oh my gosh. Human children are the worst pets. True. But Rock and Cherry saying, I love birds. They have so much personality. Cockatoos are total machos. Videos of cockatoos crushing tiny cup towers. They want to be the tallest thing. I went to a pet store a while back and there was oh my God. She was a kind of big bird. A bird that is usually white, like a cockatoo. Is it cockatoo? Cockatiel? Maybe cockatiel is what I'm thinking of. They have the crest and they're usually white, but she was like pink. And she wanted my love so badly. Like it was, it's still during COVID, so they're like, don't handle the animals, please. But she wanted to step up so badly. And I was like talking to her for like 10 or 15 minutes. But that's the limit of my interest in being around a bird. The pet monkey bites and throws his poo. Oh my God, true, yeah. Monkeys they're just like, they're at this weird area where like, I feel like humans could actually live amongst and be friends with some of the like apes, like we're similar enough that if we really wanted to, we could probably like just coexist on like a similar level to one another, versus like cats, which are like different to us. They're much less intelligent. We keep them as pets and control their lives, right? But like then there's this like in-between place that monkeys occupy where they're like too different to us to coexist with on the level and like understand and be able to communicate effectively. But they're like too much like a person in that they're too smart and they're ungovernable. So you can't control their life the way that you control the pet, like another pet, Monkey human commune when true. I really would like to start becoming friends with the crows in my neighborhood. If you get a crow and a human child, it's not unreasonable to have the crow watch the baby. It's the smarter of the two. True. I know, Spider. There's like, I have like some kind of stale bread right now, and I feel like the next time I go outside and I see the crows just around, I want to like, or like when I take walks around the neighborhood, I should like take some like rice with me or something and like throw it to the birds, specifically the crows, and like talk to them and be like, hello, sorry to interrupt you, because crows know who you are. What a terrifying thing to say. I've heard that unsalted peanuts in the shell are the best thing to feed them. I bet. That sounds like it would be mentally stimulating and protein. Good for protein for them. I don't want anything called a murder, knowing who I am. Ooh, a lot of ravens where I live, up in the trees making sounds all the time. I would especially like to be friends with ravens, but ravens are scary. Nevermore. Yeah, ravens are really cool. If you ever find yourself wondering, is that a crow or a raven? The way that you distinguish these things, if it seems like it's kind of a big crow, it's probably a crow. If you see it and wonder, what the fuck is that thing? It's a raven. Ravens are huge. And the raven has a big poofy throat, that's true. They also sound very different. They make very different vocalizations. I especially want things called a murder to know who I am. True. Ravens and crows can mimic speech. Yes, they have very different beaks. Emily, did you look up how big ravens are? They're huge. Different tail shapes, true. Jackdaws are shorter, fancy crows with worse brains. I've heard that like in Australia, the magpies, when they're in their swooping season, like the crows will like attack magpies and police them for being too aggressive toward the humans. Yeah, just to be totally clear, ravens are like 2 feet long. So, excuse me. Oh my God. I still find it funny that ravens act like crows when they're adolescent, but grow out of it. That's funny. A few crows in the local park always seem like they're covering up something illegal. They're like, and you know, being very serious and stuff. I just love the idea of like anywhere I go, good night, Max. Sleepy, sleepy time. I like the idea of like anywhere I go, like keeping whatever, the peanuts with me and just giving peanuts to the crows everywhere I live, like everywhere I visit and everywhere I live. And then like everywhere I go around the country, there's just always like all the crows eventually know who I am. This is running very, very close to my don't give me superpowers rule, where I should probably self-police and just not do this. I don't find the ravens scary where I live. It's the bears that worry me. I mean, ravens are generally not going to like punk you for no reason. Like ravens are smart enough to not attack you for no reason. Bears are going to punk you out of nowhere. I'm uncomfortable with knowing how big ravens are. Yeah, they're huge. Crows use people's cars as nutcrackers. Yeah, crows will like drop nuts that need to be cracked into the street, and then people will run over it with their cars, and then the crow will go eat the stuff out of there. Welcome, Dusk, to the YouTube chat. New subscriber. Always good. I didn't get a notification that you just subscribed, so I wonder if my Streamlabs is failing me. But thank you for the compliments. I appreciate that. The ravens use my car as a toilet. I'm gonna just become like that one neighborhood with the murder of crows. And like initially the crows all love me, and then they start attacking my neighbors, but then my neighbors start leaving out treats too, and then the old man falls down in the neighborhood. Have you seen that video of the crow flying up to a dude and saying, "Fuck you"? No, but I must see it immediately. Oh, thank you. You've brought it up. Perfect. Oh, hold on. The sound is off. That would help a lot. Hold on. Too many things. Holy shit. Get the fuck out of here. God damn it. The headphones don't work right.
He's gonna come sit by you.
That's crazy.
Try to pet him.
No, that motherfucker got the big ass beak on him. Fuck you. Fuck you.
That's pretty good. I didn't check my volume levels before I played that, so hopefully you could hear. Stream. Yes, true. Oh my god. Let go of my hair. Fucking god damn it. Good crow. True. Crows are adorable. I did at some point watch a video of a woman who was caring for a raven, and like the raven was talking to her. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Oh, here's one. Oh, there's a couple of them that I've watched.
watching sounds they hear. Mischief, can you say hello?
Hello.
Good bird. He does all sorts of voices. Can you say hi?
Hi.
Good job. And sometimes he hears people who have a cold. Good job, Mischief. Can you say hello? No. Hello. He's all excited. About hi.
Hi.
Good boy.
The fact that it sounds like a human voice is so
Hello.
creepy.
Hi. Hi.
Hello.
Hi. Hi.
This isn't working out, Daniel. Good bird.
So adorable. I love them. I love them so much. Here's my thing about birds. I respect birds that are hunters. I don't really respect birds that are not hunters. So there's a video of someone who trained their raven to say nevermore, but because of the way they trained it, it wouldn't say nevermore. It would say nevermore. Oh my god, that's really funny. Yeah, did you see how big that bird was? Oh my god, true. I don't know the opossum lady, no. You can see why people thought these were the companions of mighty gods. True. Here is a raven saying nevermore. Okay. Eh.
Say nevermore.
Okay.
Waka 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 waka.
Walk, walk, walk.
Say nevermore.
Okay. Creepy and weird. Based and creepy pilled. I have a movie for you. Okay, what is the movie? Waka waka. It did sound like a robot. Waka waka waka. Oh my goodness. Is there another raven saying nevermore? Oh, this is something about Simpsons? I see, I see. You cannot get me zucked. You cannot zuck me. How dare you try to get me caught out by the algorithm. You want my channel to get a copyright strike? Can't believe this. I can't believe you've done this. Terrible. Just for that, I'm gonna make you all lose the game again. You can blame E. Lawrence 5. That's her fault. You can't rickroll me and expect me not to make you lose the game, alright? That's just, those things go together. That is a personal association that I have, where every time I rickroll, I lose the game. Unfortunate. Zoomers don't say zucked because they've never used Facebook. True. I'm fine with it, you know? It's funny though, like people, I'm sure that there are people who do think that I'm a Zoomer just because I look young, but I'm so firmly a millennial. I was poor and at the very tail end of being a millennial, so my upbringing was more like someone who was born like 8 years prior. I still play the game and I'm 25, so am I the problem? Well, you can't opt out. There's no such thing as opting out of playing the game. Once you know what it is, you're stuck forever. That's part of the rules. That's how it works. No exceptions. I opt out of playing it. Fuck the rules. I opted out. I'm the referee. I mean, you don't have to admit that you've lost. It doesn't change the fact of the matter, you know. I have an Instagram, but I hardly ever use it because I don't really like Instagram that much. I don't love it. Twitter just makes sense to me. Twitter just makes the most sense. Okay, I have to pee. I don't know what we're going to talk about next, but I'm going to go pee now. IBRB. IBRB. Oh, wait, no, hold on. You know what? I just looked at this and I realized that I never updated this. So I'm going to just do this really quick. Oh my God, please stop. Okay, now I'll go. Oh. Oh. Hello. Instagram just isn't as culturally Zuckerberg, though. I guess not, yeah. Like, Instagram doesn't do a lot of the functions that would kind of enable you to get zucked. I don't know, are you allowed to say men are trash on Instagram? Because you will get a Facebook suspension if you do that. Twitter is great for following artists, but you always get swamped by Twitter discourse. I actually don't find it really useful for finding artists because you like any creator, a video creator, musicians, artists, their posts get suppressed on Twitter. Any website that functions on an algorithm, advertisers pay to put their merchandise in front of you. So other people peddling merchandise, whether that's video entertainment or art that they sell or whatever, or a literal product, you know, like all of these things get suppressed because, yeah, Christian V, on Facebook, you cannot say the phrase men are trash. You will catch a ban. I'm not even sure that it needs to be reported at this point. It might just be automated. But yeah, I don't really find Twitter useful for connecting with artists and stuff. And like, I personally don't find it very useful for building my brand. Every time I post a link to the stream, I'm like, which words should I try to omit this time to see if the post will catch a little bit of traction, you know? It's weird because it seems like, I don't know, like Demon Mama's posts for her stream seem to have a decent number of likes, unless I'm just like imagining that. But like, I'm curious now to check. Like, let's see, when did she stream? She got like 43 likes on the, she has 11K followers. So she has like more followers than me do. She has more followers than me do. 43 likes on her most recent, like, I'm going to be streaming tweet. Whereas mine usually get like 3. It's like, and she even includes the word stream, you know? Dang, how does that work? Like, I just don't know, like, how to get my posts to show up for people because I've been trying to get it to happen and it just doesn't seem to work for me. I periodically wonder if I'm, like, shadow banned. I've taken to blocking every account that has a promoted tweet. Yeah, true. I do the same thing. Or I used to, and then I stopped for a while, and now I'm getting back into the habit again because I'm pretty annoyed at how often, like, the thing that really bothers me is I'll be scrolling on my phone, and I'll see a post that looks like the top of the preview of the image looks like it's like someone uploaded like 3 pictures. Like, if I click this, it's going to show me one image and then I'll be able to click through to see the next couple. But it's actually like a link to a different website. And it like tricks me because I'm only looking at the top of the image as it scrolls onto my timeline. And that shit pisses me off. So I'm going to be blocking those. I have to like scroll down and make sure I'm actually seeing the full thing to make sure I'm not clicking on a link. Has that been happening to anybody else? Like, I don't know. It's like a comic usually. I'm like, oh, I'll read this comic. And then it's trying to link me out to somewhere. I always make sure to retweet her stream announcement tweets, but I never get notifications for people liking my retweets on her stuff. So who knows? It is super weird. It's all like weird shadow ban shit where they don't really tell you how anything works. Like YouTube not telling you how the algorithm works. They're like, we don't want you to game the algorithm, but really is just like, they just constantly change shit and they don't want you to succeed. It's frustrating. I also just retweeted your stream announcement just now. Well, thank you. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know how much longer I'm going to keep going from here. Well, yeah, I mean, I usually don't click links. Like, it's not my habit to click links. It's like I'm like saying like I'm on mobile Twitter and I'm being tricked into clicking a link because the preview image looks like the same way the interface looks like when there's just several images that someone put to their tweet. Hello, Dream. Welcome, welcome. We are chilling. We've been chilling for like a while. Hello, Jess. I just noticed your stream announcement. I saw that you're going to be streaming a little bit later tonight. My community is called the Horde because I'm the dragon. They are the Hordes. Yes, 9 p.m. Eastern, which is 1 hour later for me. Yeah, I try to dissuade them from using that spelling because we have solidarity for sex workers here. Yeah. I still think I should make a t-shirt that says for the Horde, but then like it's like for the Horde and then like the O is an eyeball. You know, the O is an eyeball and then the D is an eyeball, like, and it's like the brow ridge of the dragon's face or something. I don't know. Yeah. Like that. I feel like that's the t-shirt that I should have someone draw up for me. If anybody knows an artist who's interested in the work and can do typefacing, I don't understand your weird, I'm gonna assume German, Rockin' Cherry. I can read that you said the Horde, and that's all I've got. Yeah, we're just sitting here and chilling. You all are doing the Ezra Miller. You all only stream like once a week. That's gotta be way convenient. Like, I feel like streaming like 3 or 4 times a week like I do, sometimes I'll have streams like today where I'm like, oh well shit, we already talked about Ezra Miller a couple days ago, you know, like I don't have anything else to say about that, you know, and so you guys are going to talk about that today, and it just seems like in some ways that's a little bit more convenient. Old German WoW fan song about the Horde. Oh, okay. I like World of Warcraft fan songs. I just never looked at the German ones because I don't speak that language. True. Yeah, Blue Spectra, I love that cute little dragon. It's adorable. I'm glad that you like it. Thank you for letting us use it here. That's super kind of you. Yeah. But I think it's cool. It's nice when we have these streams that are kind of unstructured. The only thing that sucks about these is that they're hard to title. And I'm really letting a huge amount of work stack up in that they need to be chaptered. Like, currently none of the streams on the VOD channel have like the ability for you to click to go to a random like a section that has a title. Like, oh, this is when Lux actually appears on camera or any of that stuff. And when we meander like this, there are probably more and more and more subsections that there should be on a chaptered video like that. So yeah, this is the Raven part. Exactly. The Raven part. Like, how do you... That's why we just have Christian V do timestamps. Yeah. I haven't yet hired anyone to do any work for me. I'm kind of thinking about outsourcing editing at this point because I'm really falling behind on it because I don't want to do it. Chapters take way too much time. Oh, well, I think that Demon Mama pays Gayfesh to do timestamps, so I was going off of that. Volunteers are the only way we exist, yeah. Have you considered playing chess on your shirt? I have not. It would not be a good surface. There, you'd not have a full, like, chessboard either direction. I don't even think on my back. There would not be enough tiles. And, like, I just feel so weird about using volunteer labor, but I don't know. I probably should just accept the... I just need to accept the fact that some people... Here's the logic that occurs to me. There are plenty of people who donate money to the channel, which I appreciate. That's, like, how the show happens. All viewer funded. I've never taken a sponsorship in my 7 years of doing YouTube. Some people don't have money to give, and they want to, like, give time and, like, their labor, and I am convinced by that. That is enough to sway me from not being uncomfortable with accepting volunteer work. It's like, functionally, you're just supporting the channel in an indirect way. You otherwise would be laboring and then giving me the money. So, time for a gold rush? Oh my gosh. You have a Power Rangers scepter? Is it fair to call this a scepter? I think that's a scepter, right? I don't know what else you would call it in any case, but it's cool. Oh my god, where am I? I need these things. Okay. Give me your money. Exactly. So yeah, I guess if anybody wanted to volunteer to help me timestamp all the fucking videos. Gold Ranger staff from Power Rangers Zeo. Okay, okay. I need to make a PBS thing that's like, this show is brought to you by viewers like you. Thank you. Should I do that one on, Which one is it? Is this one the radio voice? I can't remember which button I have that set to. Spider, in this instance, actually, I don't think any of the effects are working because I don't have the program open. Ah, that would make sense. Time stamping, like, basically, I don't know. Actually, I don't know if, like, I feel like I cannot talk lately. It's really frustrating. Maybe I'm just getting too ahead of myself. Anyway, I think Gayfesh usually is just there during the streams for Demon Mama streams, and Demon Mama usually has pretty concise segments blocked out. So Gayfesh, like, I don't know if you have the ability to edit the descriptions directly of the videos, or if you just, like, send someone that info. Oh my gosh, Jess, thank you. Gifted 5 tier 1 subscriptions and said, have a good stream from Jess and Xena. Thank you all. That's really sweet of you. Oh, and now I am $25 closer to wearing a corset on stream. Oh my god, I can't think. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's going to be exciting. Okay, yeah, so you're a channel editor and just go in directly. Okay, and edit the timestamps. Yeah. If there was a hype train, we would have reached it. True. So yeah, like, basically it involves, like, going, like, watching the VODs or being there at the stream, and, like, I guess I don't actually know how adding someone as a channel editor would work, but we have a channel in the Discord that says caption contributions. Maybe I could just switch that to contributions in general, and then you basically just go, like, oh, at this timestamp you started talking about this, and then that could go into the description of the video, which then turns on the chapters thing that lets you skip to the part of the video that you want to get to. Am I ready for a random question? Sure. When am I going to dye my hair again? I'm not going to dye my hair again. So here's the thing. And I don't know if I don't actually know if this will be able to come up on the camera. Let me see. I might actually zoom it in a little bit. Okay. Hello. 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 So I am starting to get white hairs. There's one right there. And because of the fact that I'm starting to get white hairs, like, all up on the sides of my hair. See, the thing is that my haircut, perfect. Right there? There-ish. My hair is starting to turn white, and because of I cut my hair on the sides short, I'm not gonna stop doing that. And because I dye the top, you just wouldn't ever be able to see it. My hair would always be dyed red, and my sides would always be short. So what I'm doing, because I'm gonna keep shaving my sides, is I'm not gonna dye my hair anymore, because I want to be able to see the white as it comes in more and more, and it's starting to come in more and more, like up here. Mostly it's on the sides, but it's starting to come in more up here, and gradually my hair will become totally silver, because that's what happens in my family. And I like it. Like, I think it's cool, and I've been looking since I first understood that it was likely to happen to me because of how much it happens within my family. I wanted to, you know, stick with it. But like this, so this is dyed. This end part is just red. The red doesn't show up very strong because of my camera settings. Some pictures on my Instagram and stuff show it better. But I'm just going to grow my hair out. So this is my natural brown color, and I'll just have red on the end until it gradually gets cut out. So I think I like the idea of doing the kinds that you work into your hair and then they only last a couple days, like that they're basically like they shampoo out. That would be pretty cool. Ooh, yeah, Jess, it's tough to come up with a name for the community. Like I have been making content on YouTube for 7 years, and I never figured it out until I just decided recently, I'm like, okay, I am basically like a dragon, otherkin, furry, xenogender, whatever, don't care. Specifics just do not matter. But I was like, oh, so now that I'm going to lean into that for the branding, thank God, so many other things are just so much easier. Merch ideas are coming up to me. Like the emotes, like, oh, there's a very clear theme for the emotes when I get the Pebis edited. The Horde. And that was fun to have a conversation amongst all the fans, chatters, people, where we were like, do we want to call you the Whelps or the Kobolds or the Horde, or what do we want to? And like people said like, ooh, why don't you call us the Sparks? Why don't you call us the Embers? And I'm like, okay, these are all interesting ideas. So you're still calling yourself a kobold? You're just going to hold on to that? You're a kobold within the Horde. They are so cute. In the Discord, the channels where you all are welcome to like contribute and be helpful, it's called Kobold Central or whatever. Yeah, Kobold Central, because that's the idea, is that like even within there are kobolds within the Horde, you're the helpers. Kobold. Like the other people are spelling it with a K, not cobalt, kobold. Dargan. Cabal? Are you just making fun of me and my inability to talk? Is that what's happening? A cabal of kobolds? Yeah, it's like a D&D thing. It's kind of spread outward. Cabal? Yeah. Yeah, Kets, you tune in and we're talking about Power Rangers. It was a very brief aside. Dargan and Dragon. Yeah, I'm excited about having white hair. I think it's going to be cool. And it means that I don't have to spend money on dyeing my hair. I can just focus on spending money on absurdly expensive shampoo and conditioner and shit. I told you all before that I changed my body washing regimen to where now I'm like, I put oil on my skin and then I get in the shower and rinse it off and use a non-soap cleanser. And then I get out of the shower and I use like an intense moisturizing cream. I decided to also change my hair stuff because I have had like severely dry scalp for years, and like I just went and bought a shampoo that had no sulfates in it. No sulfate shampoo, and maybe no dyes. It has a fragrance, but I don't think it has any dye in it. And I just am immediately, like, my scalp is immediately, normally you can like literally see flaking in my hair and on my skin right up front here, and you can't. And that's after one shower. I have the opposite problem, very oily hair. It was the sulfates. It was literally just sulfates in my shampoo fucking my hair up, and most shampoos have sulfates in them, so you just have to be willing to spend like $19 for a bottle of shampoo. The fact that Blizzard opted to make World of Warcraft kobolds horrible rat monsters instead of dragon boys in goblin mode is a crime. I agree, because that's what I thought kobolds were. I was like confused when people were talking about them in being related to dragons and stuff. I was like, what? Like, why are you, what? Early kobolds were like dog people. Interesting. Yeah, I wish that WoW hadn't done that. Every time I think of kobolds, one of the first things that comes to mind is the shitty caves in the little zone immediately outside of Stormwind. Yes, with the damn candles. Exactly, Decoy Duck. Exactly. That is it feels like such a niche. It's such an, like, for some reason, to me, like, talking to other people who've played World of Warcraft feels, like, kind of weirdly intimate. Because, like, that cave, I don't remember the name of the zone, but, like, that cave in that zone is, like, a place that I remember, like, I was in privately And it's interesting, like, I'm like, oh, like Decoy Duck has also been in this space. Maybe it's because it feels like kind of like how a book, when you're reading it, like the place that you're in is a place that exists in your mind. And it kind of feels similarly when you play a video game. Like, yeah, like it's a place that you hold inside you in a way. I miss WoW so much. It's really annoying. Well, yeah. We're talking about the Kobold Cave in literally like the very start of Elwyn Forest. Yeah. Why don't you play it again? Because Blizzard is terrible. And I shouldn't be giving them $15 a month for being terrible. And also because I don't have $15 a month for the video game budget. Like, that's just like, I need to save all of my money, and I have plenty of games, and I don't need to play World of Warcraft. Exactly. Yeah. Like, this is an amazing job. It's also not one that I'm making a huge amount of money at, and I'm probably not making like enough money to really like cover the fact that I'm going to owe taxes later. So we're just taking it day by day right now. I'm like genuinely upset that they're adding playable dragons in the next expansion. I haven't actually looked at anything about this expansion. I heard that they were doing Durgs, and I was like, no, keep me away. So everyone I know who used to play WoW and doesn't anymore is like playing accountability buddies. Like, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. But it's like a little bit tempting having playable dragons. Yeah, they're gonna get me to drop another 60, right? Yeah. They're very different games, Emily. Yeah, World of Warcraft is a very different game. I like playing it because I like vast emptinesses filled with many small tasks. That's why I like Breath of the Wild. I get annoyed when people try to push one universal images for these fantasy creatures. It's totally fair to have favorites, but it's an open interpretation kind of thing. I feel like they should at least be like similar to one another in some concrete ways. Like vampires always have like the fundamental similarity that they drink blood, right? And like if you had immortal beings who couldn't go out in the sun and who didn't show up in a mirror but who didn't drink blood, do we feel like we could call that a vampire? You know, that there are some like critical components to some of these things. What is a ghoul, right? I feel like a ghoul is like a ghost, but like slimy. The best way I can describe how I feel that's a difference. True. Don't insult innocent ghouls like that. True. Calling them Republicans? How dare. A highly irradiated human. Glowing green. Fallout Gang. Oh, gosh. The Raven part. Yeah, no, that's fair, Rock and Cherry. Historically, kobold is vague, nothing to do with dragons, but just with miners. So it's fair to try and find commonalities or essentials for those things, but more often than not, those things are not going to be concurrent with our current popular interpretations. Makes sense to me. I should probably pay more attention to YouTube chat. Someone said that they're gender fluid and not sure how to tell their friends, and I'm like, actually not sure if that kind of thing is something that I want to talk about in stream. Like, do I want to try to give advice to young people who don't know how to come out? I don't know. That feels like something that, like, 4 years ago Lux would try to do. Also, I bet that the D&D one came first for kobolds, but World of Warcraft has also been around for a while. So, like, it's not like those weird little mammalian goblin things couldn't be like, oh, kobolds existed before D&D. Yeah, I guess it's like a German, was it German folklore? Okay. Yeah, giving advice is super important and great, but how to do it for an individual without knowing their context? Yeah, I don't really want to sign up to be, like, the non-binary therapist. I don't want to be the NB, like, therapist streamer who, like, tries to help people with their problems. That does not sound good. Are you saying I'm too late and I'm already the therapist streamer? No. How old is WoW now? I don't know. At least 15 years, right? WoW came out in 2004. So yeah, that was a good solid, like, yeah, 18 years? Is WoW old enough to fuck now? Later this year in November, it'll be old enough to fuck. WoW can buy cigarettes in some states. Can you as a 17-year-old? Did you graduate? Oh no, decoy duck. WoW is still too young for transition then? True. WoW can do porn. Later this year in November. Came out in November. She hasn't had her birthday yet. Goblin, kobold, etc. are all semi-synonymous in European folklore. Same with fae and elf, etc. In the olden days, folklore was really only specific to a small region and could be totally different one village over. During the Age of Romanticism, things started to get more standardized. That's really cool. See, that's kind of like, what I enjoy about my pagan practice is that I'm just like taking a lot of very loose ideas from a lot of different regions. Like Imbolc. Imbolc is the one that I just don't understand, and like I think it has just primarily a religious thing going on, and like I might end up focusing up on like, oh, some places really venerated sheep. Like I might have to just have a sheep focused holiday because the other religious aspects of Imbolc don't make any sense to me. Catherine Briggs' definition of fairies, etc. Okay. How long? Oh, that's a whole book. Nice. That's pretty cool. Thank you for sharing. Yes, careful with the fae. They're not friendly. Yeah. I feel like the fae is the one, as a skeptic and an atheist, the fae is one of the only things that I'm earnestly still a little bit like sussy-wussy about. Jumped over to President Sunday's stream for an ANCAP debate. Need to chill now. Well, that's what we're doing. We're doing some chilling out right now. Be good. But I also think that I don't transgress against others in the ways that the fae tend to like be divine retribution for. So I don't imagine that they would try to fuck me over, you know? Transgress? True. Hi, baby. No, I'm gonna go get some water real fast. Real fast. Ooh. I have exciting news to share. I'm gonna teach myself how to make bread. I posted it on Twitter already about it. But I was already thinking about starting to get back into baking before I started watching the Great British Baking Show. It's definitely not helping. I bought some yeast. So I think when I get done with stream, I'm gonna probably buy some bread flour, because I didn't know that bread flour was a thing. So I was gonna like use my regular all-purpose flour, but it doesn't have some of the necessary proteins to make a good structure. And I am a perfectionist and a psychopath, so I am going to go buy bread flour. Yeast. Yes, I have the yeast. Freshly baked bread is amazing. I have purchased like frozen bread lumps from the store, which all you have to do is you have to just let them thaw and rise, and then you bake. But I want to actually be able to bake. Hey kids, want some frozen bread lumps? Well, they were like baguette shaped, but small, but short, you know. And then they would rise and then bake in like a flat-ish cylinder shape. But just dough, frozen. Cake and cookies. Yes, I have made chocolate chip cookies before a couple times, and I want to do that. That's a priority. I can't recall if I've made cake. I did with my mom when I was a little kid, but like store-bought packaging, you know. Not like I made a cake. Frozen bread lumps, good for eating. True. Store bread has so much salt. Yeah. But yeah, I want to do all kinds of bread stuff. Ooh, Gayfish says, I love the idea that animals see us the same way we see the Fae, mercurial beings who might help you or harm you. Animals who are in dire straits will seek out humans for help because it's worth the risk. I've seen videos of it happening, so I absolutely believe it. Like, yeah, we are like the Fae or like strange gods. What kind of yeast did you buy? The pressed one or the powder one? I don't know. I think it's powdered. It came in a jar. I haven't actually opened it. It needs to be refrigerated after I open it, so I don't know. I have no idea. I want to do all kinds of bread stuff is a good chapter title for sure. Flake, hello, welcome to the chat over here. Are you a cake person or a pie person? I like good things of many genres. I've already talked about baking a little bit earlier, so someone asked what my favorite cake was. Like, I love me a tiramisu, but I also feel like my baking and pastry like life experience of getting to eat and try those things is pretty limited. Like, there are so many beautiful baked goods that I see them making on like Great British Bake Off, and I'm like, I've never eaten that before, so I don't know. Like, I can't know. But I really love like a pumpkin pie or a sweet potato pie or a silk pie, like a chocolate silk pie. Those are delicious. I don't really love fruit pies a lot. Can we have a baking stream? I am thinking about it. I really have a pretty significant amount of work that I would need to do cleaning the kitchen before that could happen. It would have to be a phone stream, you know? I'm hungry now, I know. But, I do need to catch up on the kitchen anyway. I know, I've been hungry like since the stream started, DBH. Rain Raven, we were not talking about a game. We were actually talking about, like, the Fae. It was like the first thing I said today that I was hungry. I know. And I've just been sitting here talking to you the whole time. Are you not familiar, Rain Raven? Like, fairies, like the Fae, like, they'll pop up mushroom circles and they might try to trick you. And if you look directly at them, they might kill you, you know? The Fae. Ah, okay. It's just, it's like folklore from England. It's like the concept of fairies actually did come from folklore where people genuinely had beliefs that the Fae were like mysterious beings. Homosexual fairies, gay Fae, true. A fairy that eats a lot to get drunk. A buffet, true. Gay. I wish that I knew instinctively how to say those words, gayfesh, but I don't. The Gaelic term for the fairy court. Gaelic is a language that makes no sense to me. It's just Donna She? Okay. If a fairy can't afford something, they have to put it on layaway. I never saw the Sandman. I don't know if them being called Fae is like historically accurate or if it's new. Try Welsh sometime. Listen, the Welsh, even worse. I don't know, like Gaelic and Celtic are two separate things, right? Like two separate languages, and then Welsh. You have so many different little tiny languages over there. Gaelic is actually kind of a fun language to learn once you figure out its pronunciation rules. Yeah, some of it, like, I know what some of it means. Like, you know, if I see the name Aoife, I know that that's what that means. And if you know how Aoife is spelled, you would be shocked to know that that's how it's pronounced. Close, Baphomet. Isn't it O first? The A-O-I? Aoife? Siobhan. Yeah, Siobhan is a good one. I don't know how to say that one. Circe? I don't know that one. Circe? Historically accurate name also depends on the region. Fae, fairy, fee. It's all valid somewhere. The fair folk. Shorsey. Okay. Yeah, I need to know the rules because I don't understand why one of those S's is pronounced like sh and one of those is like s. According to Briggs, they also hate being called fairies or fae. They prefer Seelie, and they hate to be thanked. Telling them thank you puts you on their crap list according to folklore. Interesting. Word sounds in Welsh are curious to the Anglo brain. Ketz, did you just say, do you speak Gaelic? Was that what that means? Fee fi fo fum, true. I just left the stream title as Pebis from earlier. It still says Pebis. So yeah, anyway. The Fae are the only people that I'm actually like, kind of like, oh, maybe that would be bad to piss them off, even though they're probably not real. I smell the blood of a transphobe's chud. Where? Was one of those about the Fae? I put like, you sent me like 2 or 3 links and I put them all on my watch later list, and I just have a growing number of things I need to catch up on. Hello, baby. Lucy? What? Yeah, he's just sitting on the floor staring at me. He's already been on stream a couple times, but I will bring him back. Come here, Lucy. Him baby. Lucy cat again? Oh, you sent me a link in the stream today. Okay, I don't know if I clicked that one. Lucy. Where you, baby? Hmm? Look at your face. You are so cute. Are you so cute? Yes. That is not a cat. It likes being pet way too much. Well, that's what happens when you rescue them before they're weaned. These cats were like 4 days old when they were rescued. So. He's like, please put me down so I can lay in your lap. Please let me down now. I just want to bite him. I just want to bite him more. But I'm not going to. He's too sweet. He's too sweet for biting. Yeah, he weighs like 13 pounds. He lost so much weight that he was down to like 7.5 pounds when he was like untreated diabetes. But now he's back up to like 13 pounds. Him good, baby. Yeah, we were talking about it earlier, Flake, and the cats are antisocial thing seems to likely be because the European wildcat is a less social animal, but domestic cats are descended from African wildcats, which live in colonies. I like it when you bite him, it's funny. I think it's funny when he goes like, because I'm like, oh, you're too small to do anything. You can't fight back. I don't respect their boundaries at all. Just wanted to repeat that. I know it's kind of like probably a little bit unpopular for some people. Like the people who are like, oh no, there's a cat in my lap, I can't get up. I'm like, I can't understand, can't relate. Just absolutely do not relate. Hello, yes, hello, Aaron Green DV. Yeah, we're like not doing anything specific. I just am capable of talking for hours and hours on end, so. Streamers eating their cats are the best stereotype, true. Remember their Twitter discourse about how men should have cats so they can learn about consent? He has razors on his hands. The fuck you mean he can't fight back? Here's the thing. He weighs 13 pounds. I weigh 10 times that much. At least. So, they just don't have any power. If you grab them, there's just nothing they can do. I mean, any of the scratching that they can do, that's all superficial. The scratches are not enough to, like, really actually harm you. Yeah, someone's got to be the one to talk for hours on end. It's true. If he really wanted to actually kill you, he could do serious damage. Cats hold back a lot. That's probably true. I did see a video recently of a cat that really didn't want to get its shot or didn't want to be at the vet, like really rampaging around the vet's like exam room. And there were like 5 people trying to like catch it, and they couldn't catch it. And you would see like they'd start to like get it in one place, and they're like really trying carefully to get it, and like everyone like whose hands are in frame are like a little bit bloodied. Whether you win against a cat is entirely dependent on the element of surprise. That is a big part of it. Furry fury. True. Yo, I did a hip yoga earlier, and I did some stretches that I have never done in my life. It was intense. Oh my gosh. A cat's entire body is a weapon. We have forgotten this because they are somphed. I really don't love the back claws, TVH. It's the raking back claws are not where it's at. Isn't that true, Lucy? You're good. He's like, with his dopey ass face. You all can't really see how like dopey his face is, because he's usually really angry when I bring him up and like show him to you. He's usually really upset. So I feel like maybe I'll see if I can find a picture of him that actually shows what his cute little face looks like, where he's not really angry. Oh, I've got some really good ones here. They're not very high quality, but that's what his face looks like when it's not all scrunched up, you know? He got to lay on the bed, which he always likes. He likes to lay on the bed. He and baby. Antisocial cat. It's not that he's antisocial. He just doesn't love it when I'm like picking him up. He will tolerate me picking him up and doing that, but he's just like waiting for me to put him in my lap so that he can just like, you know, chill. True, cats can climb. My cat would climb 30 feet up in the trees. Oh my God. Yeah, cats outside are murder machines. They will destroy you. God, Lucy is so cute. I've been taking a lot of pictures of him lately. I was like, you know what? If his health is going to start to be bad, I'm going to take a bunch of pictures of him. And then I just want to show you this one really quick. This is Lucy when he is just like as happy as he can possibly be. He's just too cute. I know. And his little arm is like, ugh. What a baby. I know. Do I ever put him around my neck like a scarf? I do. He doesn't love it, but I do. I can get him to be up there and just do it. Like, I can get him to be okay with it. He's comfortable, you know? He looks high AF, I know. He's just so good. When you have cats outside, you don't have many birds, lizards, etc. Yeah, they're bad for the local environment. You should not let your cats be outside. Catums McFluff. No, his name is actually Lucifer. Because he has a gremlin face. He just looks like a gremlin. And because he looks like a gremlin, and his name was Legolas initially, so I was like, what can I name him that's like kind of similar to that, but also reminiscent of his goblin face? And Lucifer, Lucy, is where that went. He's also 12, and I don't know when Disenchanted was, but my cat is 12 years old. Don't make me like cats. Cats are good. I have this platformer called Cats Are Liquid that I think would be really fun to play on stream. Have any of you heard of it? Cats Are Liquid. Oh god, please come back down to size, chat. Thank you. If he ever causes chaos, would you see it's like hell broke loose? True. Cats Are Liquid is, like I said, it's just a 2D platformer. And I played it most of the way through back in the day when I had a Let's Play channel, which I don't know if any of you were aware that I had a Let's Play channel, but I did. Yeah, and you just like go through the levels with different mechanics for moving around, and it's really cute. And they all kind of go around that theme of like you are basically like you're a little cloud, so you can turn into liquid and like go underneath stuff, and like I think you get a little float ability maybe at some point. But yeah, it's real cute, and I never finished it. Like I've considered at times like, oh, should I just play this game on my own time since my Let's Play channel is dead now? But I guess I've always been saving it for like some hypothetical future where I do Let's Plays or stream games again, you know? That is what it's called, Decoy Duck. Did you just come up with that, or did you know that that's what it's called, or did you remember? Like, it was called Lux Play. Because, like, it's like play on Let's Play. That's what the channel was called. Not Lux Plays. Lux Play. Like, just a play on Let's Play. That's what it was called. If you want to see it, the videos are still all available. If you want to see, like, baby Luxander from fucking 2016 or some shit like that. But yeah. I never finished Cats Are Liquid, and I'm like, oh, I would like to like play that on stream or play it myself sometime, but I would like to go back to it at some point. It's been 6 years. No matter how far I run, keep coming back to the start. Oh. Back then, I was actually like a Markiplier fan and like Jacksepticeye. That's who I was watching back then. Do y'all know the song? It's like, you all watched the video PhilosophyTube put out that was her coming out video where she had her friend deliver most of the script. And there's like a song at the end. It's such a good song. It's on my playlist. It's at the very top of my playlist, as a matter of fact. And I love to sing it so much. I don't know if I can right now because my voice is thrashed, but I want to. It's so good. Like the credits. I legit thought she had recorded that video before she started HRT. That dude got her mannerisms down so well. Yeah, it was really incredible. It was really uncomfortable how similar the mannerisms were. And not just the mannerisms, but also like, I mean, obviously like she wrote the script to have continuity. Like she was like, you know, and they had to, I don't know, do philosophy or whatever. Like they had to do it like a knob. Like her saying like a knob is something that she had said previously in videos. So just like those jokes, like those manners of speech and those references, all being familiar. Like it's so well done. If you are someone who had watched her videos prior to that, that sense that something wasn't right is part of what she's trying to instill in you. Toward the beginning of the video, in the script, he says, like, in this video, like, I'm not just going to tell you. Like, I'm going to show you what it would be like for you to go through this yourself. And I've already started. And that, it has already started with you. Like, you look at the... I saw the thumbnail while I was at work. Like, I just was looking at my phone and saw the thumbnail and didn't click on it because I was at work. I was not going to, like, sit and watch it yet. And I was like, is that just, like, a photoshopped image of... You know, at the time it would have been him. I was like, is that just like a photoshopped image? And it was called Identity. And I was like, is it about like deep fakes or identity theft. Like, that was what I thought the video was originally going to be about. If you want to know the song that I'm talking about, I'll link you it, but I will not play it. Shit. I couldn't remember what it was called. There, you're welcome to listen to it. Yes, I remember when I became a fan of Markiplier, I think after his, like, compilation video of all 3 of the Five Nights at Freddy's came out, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, it was super uncomfortable. I thought the whole time something seemed off about it, only to realize after that it wasn't her. I knew while I was talking about the one in the credits, not Black Star by Bowie. But yeah, I knew it wasn't her in the video, but I was just like, I didn't know what was going on until pretty, I guess, like, later in the video. Yeah, the feeling of watching Identity was really similar to the feeling of not being able to recognize my own face in the mirror before transitioning. Yes. I think that he's just a friend of hers, too. Like, he's just a friend of hers. Oh, bummer flake. Yeah, you have a good night. It's been about 5 hours. I'm not sure how much longer I'm gonna go anyway. Like, how lucky that she just had a friend who looked like her and is an actor and did a really bang-up job of, like, just nailed that role. Just nailed it, absolutely. Fantastic. It's one that I love to rewatch, too, because he really does capture the affect and everything. And, like, gradually he's, like, looking at the script and, like, kind of stumbling through the script and stuff. I don't know, it's just so well done. I need to watch Transhumanism. I haven't yet. Oh, you just assumed, well, she's been on HRT a while. Maybe I just don't remember how she used to look. Oh, yeah, so you assumed that she just recorded the first part, like, way prior. Nice, Flake. Yeah, I mean, we've been sticking on schedule pretty well lately, so we'll be here on the Tuesdays and the Thursdays and the Sundays, and I think I would like to do Saturdays more frequently. Excuse me. Posh-sounding British people all look the same to me. Yeah, that's a really, you know, props to, oh gosh, what was his name? It was like Reed? Was his name Reed? I can't remember. But props to his acting skills that so many people were like, Reese. Yeah, it's Reese. I did subscribe to his YouTube channel after. I don't know if I still am, because I don't actually look at my subscriptions page very often anymore. Reese Tees. Very cool person. Oh my god. I complimented him on Twitter and he thanked me. That's why I love Twitter. I love how Twitter gives you access to people. You can just be like, this is something people don't understand. People try to DM me on Twitter and I'm like, I read them and I'm like, great, thank you, but I don't ever reply. If people want my attention, they should tweet me publicly. Like, if they want me to reply, you gotta tweet me publicly. If you tweet at me and you say, like, hey, you did a really good job at this, or whatever, you say, like, hello, I'll be like, yeah, great, thank you. Goodbye. Yes, I'm glad that you were able to be here, Zernest. The whole idea behind the Sunday streams is we start really early so that the Britbongers have a chance to see us stream, since the other streams I do are when you all are asleep anyway. So, yeah, it's getting to be that time over there where it's like, right now it's like 11 p.m. in Britain. So yeah, over there it's starting to get pretty late. That tracks. That makes perfect sense to me. Good night. But yeah, I like to tweet at my favorite authors and stuff on Twitter. That's an enjoyable thing to do. Kind of levels the playing field as far as like humans needing to get in touch with other humans. I can just tweet directly at Brad Pitt instead of having to like know someone who knows someone who knows someone who knows his manager's phone number, you know? I just don't trust YouTube in any capacity, so I can't play any music. Even though I have this song stuck in my head, I don't know if I can sing it right now, because normally I sing it on octave in like the girl voice range, but I don't know if I can do that right now. The more that I see of you, I keep on breaking my heart. Oh, 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 oh. It's such a good song. That's where my musical taste is locked. It's locked in 2010, by the way. That's cool. When Rachel Bloom was still on Twitter, she told me some locations in West Covina where they shot Crazy Ex-Girlfriend because I was driving through my way to Disneyland. People say I should watch Crazy Ex-Girlfriend because it is a good BPD rep. Is that actually true? Should I actually watch it? I don't know. It's so fucking good? Okay. Lots of singing. Or are you talking about me? Lots of singing. I know. I do that a lot. Okay. I don't know where to watch it. I'll have to look it up later. It is a musical show. Okay. Okay. I still have the Netflix for now. I think we're probably going to cancel it as it gets more expensive because we have other ways of watching stuff. And there's less and less stuff on Netflix all the time. Like, I can't believe that they're going to increase the price and introduce ads. If you didn't know that, by the way, they're going to increase the price and introduce commercials. So, good luck. Netflix has finally managed to drive its user base out. Yeah. Hi, baby. You are just so needy. This is the kind of thing that we would normally like we would have to have a stern conversation over. Karaoke. I don't know what the logistics are of doing a karaoke stream. It seems like the kind of thing that people would feel is too cringe. Like, karaoke is the kind of thing that you can only really do in a bar environment because otherwise it's way too cringe. Netflix killed my subscription and I just didn't do anything about it. Oh, Rachel Bloom started out as a YouTuber. She made a music video in a Britney Spears style called Fuck Me Ray Bradbury. The author of Fahrenheit 451. Why? It's so random. LOLXD, so random. Korean style karaoke where you get your own room. I know that there's a karaoke bar within some kind of driving distance to me that does let you do like private rooms as well, but I enjoy just singing random little bits and bobs. I feel like that's the way to do this without it becoming like cringe, you know? It's a fine line. It's really easy to alienate people with cringe. At least in my opinion, because I fucking hate cringe. Fuck me, Ray Bradbury, the greatest sci-fi writer in history. Oh, fuck me, Ray Bradbury. Absurd. I think I'm gonna cook chicken breast tonight. That sounds really yummy. Sounds very tasty. Also, I think tonight I'm going to soak some tofu in teriyaki sauce and then cook that tomorrow. Oh yeah, I said I was going to get bread flour. I should probably do that because I have no idea how long it's going to take the bread dough to rise. Is it true that, I mean, I feel like most of the time it's like, oh, it just needs double in size. They always put like a time estimate, but ultimately it's just like, oh, it needs to double in size. And the yeast that I got says it's fast rising yeast. So maybe I won't be putting this into the oven at 10 p.m. But that seems like the kind of thing that I would do, is just put bread in the oven at 10 p.m. Cooking cock breasts. True. When I was 12, I was your #1 fan. Kiss me, you illustrated man. You write about Earthlings going to Mars, and I write about blowing you in my car. Oh, that is real weird. If you put the dough in a place that is warm but not hot, it rises faster. I've heard that before. But I'm excited to make bread. It's like baking is a very scientific process. Actually, it's not. Like, baking itself is not a very scientific process. Because you're really not like I mean, I guess like if you want to experiment, you can and like figure out what the right mixture is. But you can also like, there's just a wealth of knowledge of Googles that other people have already done this testing. And it's reliable, you know, like with cookies, you know, it's like if you don't put enough baking soda in, this happens, or baking powder, whichever you use. I can't remember. If you butter the, or not butter, if you brown the butter, then exactly this is going to happen. And it's just reliably the same every time. Whereas with cooking, it is a little bit more like, cooking, you know, it's just more varied, you know. You're not gonna like absolutely reliably fuck it up in the exact same way because of a very specific ingredient. I don't think baking soda and baking powder are the same thing. No, I think that they're different. Yes, baking is very precise chemistry. Yeah. Yeah. You do actually have to like follow the rules in order to get certain results with cooking, with baking, precisely. Yeah. But I'm psyched about it. I would love to make a challah. Like, you like plait the bread and then you like wrap it around. That would be fun. I do have a tendency to like eat, and like the couple times that I bought that frozen dough and then I made that, we basically like we just eat it like within the day, like an entire loaf of bread, like within a day, maybe 2. Ooh, challah makes good French toast. Ooh, that's good to know. The last time I made French toast, the last time was the first time I made French toast. I just bought some Texas toast, but it would be way better if you made your own bread. I cook a mean garlic oil pasta with chicken. That sounds pretty yummy. Yeah, baking is pretty interesting. Such a wide variety of like different stuff that you can do. I'm constantly surprised. No. Okay, I'm constantly surprised when I'm watching the baking show. I'm like, I didn't even know you could do that. I do think if I get very serious about baking, I would probably need to get a stand mixer though, because I get the impression that otherwise it is pretty much a nightmare. But hey, I'm not like getting very much exercise right now, so maybe I do need to just like get into kneading dough. That'll be great for my wrists. Won't it? God damn it. Chronic pain. It's too bad that I can't, like, there's no way for me to, like, oh, I'm gonna make bread and then you're gonna benefit from that in any way. Yeah, sure, get my cats to knead the dough instead. Let me just, like, wash his little hands for him so that he doesn't get fucking cat piss in my bread. I use my hands to make bread when I'm in a good mood and have free time. Yeah. I said what I said. What's a little trichinosis bread? Yeah, no worries. They're little grabby hands. Where is he? Oh, he's finally. There's like a little tiny short, like that cat pedestal is pretty short, but there's an even shorter one, and I put it under my desk, and he's there. Perfect. Imagine if they had thumbs. Okay, listen. Not only do I need to not have superpowers, okay, but really just don't give me any power over anything. Like, for example, if I say, you know what would be really great is if I had a cat farm. Listen, Gayfesh. What if I had a cat farm where in one part of the farm I was breeding cats that had thumbs, and in the other part of the farm I was breeding cats that were really, really smart. And then I decided to start crossbreeding those animals together. Oh, don't ever give me power over anything. I'm trying to make cat girls a reality is what I'm saying. I used to have a cat with 26 toes. Her name was Footsie. That's so many toes. Then you would have something like a raccoon. Exactly! But with killing intent. Polydactyl cats are so cute. With their little thumbs. But yeah, I think that we should try to make cat girls a real thing. Oh, they're sometimes called Hemingway cats because Hemingway used to breed them. That's cool. Beans. They got beans. What cute little babes. I feel like I am just about ready to go get this bread and eat some food. And I'm going to cook dinner later. So I need to snack now and be prepared to cook dinner later and make bread. Remember, if you would like to, you can share one of the videos with someone. Give me a little screenshot, and I will give you an absurd, lavish, and specific compliment. That's Tuesday. Homework is due Tuesday at the beginning of stream. Okay? If you want an absurd and lavish compliment. My cat is named Bean. He's not polydactyl, but when he came to us as a stray, I briefly thought he was because he had massive paws. Oh, but he was just a kitten with big paws who hadn't grown into them yet. What a cutie. I call Lucy Bean. Like, he's not polydactyl, but I just call him Bean because he's cute. Bean is the appropriate name for a cute thing. Yes, I'm hungry. Thank you all, dear sweet Horties, for hanging out for this long, talking about nothing much in particular stream. Remember to drop your suggestions in the suggestions box if you have any ideas for what we should talk about next time. Any topics. Until then. Farewell. Good night. Goodbye. I feel like I'm about to throat this microphone again if I don't just end stream.